funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. On a hot, sweaty, so sweaty out there.
Super sweaty.
Monday. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right there.
What's up, birthday boy?
Oh, hey, thanks, pal. Rob got me a very nice bottle of tequila. I'll tell you what. Very, very exciting for that. I'm always grateful to a handful of listeners who will send me things. Our buddy Mark Gaynor sent me some stuff. He's kind enough to send me some Chicago Bears stuff and some nuts. I'm nothing if not predictable, right? So when people send me things, I go, hey.
Well, it was nice. I got something for your birthday, too.
What was that?
You see what came in the mail? I put it right below the
oh,
the
yeah,
map.
Right, yeah. The somebody sent the Parrot Head parking only sign for Rob back there.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
That's just fantastic. I don't even know who to thank. It just showed up.
I think Jake C sent that.
Oh, was it him?
I think it was him.
I used to like him.
I think it was him.
That is such a shame.
All others are wasting away in Margaritaville.
Such a shame. I really liked him before this.
Well, and now I have to infer that he might be deceased to you.
DTR.
Yeah.
Dead to Rob.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do? Easy come, easy go. Yeah, sort of. Was it still 90 degrees out there?
Oh,
I've been
my God.
holed up in this. I took my daughter to the movies yesterday, but other than that, the day was bookended by a lot of yard work, and I figured I'd be out there, and Jesus Christ, I was like, holy cow.
It's impossible. You can't even be outside.
Yeah, I'm like shoveling a yard of dirt with my shirt off, Rob. I was out there shirtless. How do you like that? Like I'm in a goddamn beer commercial
See,
out
you
there.
could. That's the thing. I could never do that.
You could be out in your own yard shirtless.
No, I can't.
Why?
If people can see me? Oh.
So what?
Nobody wants to see that. I don't even want to see that.
Well, never. I'm talking. It's for comfort. It's not for. It's function over fashion.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
I keep it a nice 72 in the house. That AC's running.
72. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. I don't know. I live in a split level house, and it's an older house too. So when you get to the top of the steps, it's like the air just stops. However, I can't figure out. I'm looking at my thermostat. I'm like, how is a thermostat? My thing's working overtime, boy. I tell you what. I got to have somebody come out there and look at it because it's like set to 63, but it's like 78 in my house. I'm like, how is this possible? But whatever. We'll
They say you
figure it
should
out.
set up like different zones. I use the one of those Google thermostats.
Yeah, I have that too. I have a Nest. I don't know what the zones are.
They said
What
if
do
you
mean the
like, there's something
zones?
that speaks to like the second floor, and it'll balance out the temperature.
But
in
you
the
got to
house.
have all those sensors
Yeah.
and all the. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. I got vents in all my rooms. There's air coming out. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Insulation.
I'll get the Westland guys. I'll tell you what. That's probably no small part of it.
Big part of mine.
I mean, I've done a number of. I've been in my house out there 10 years next year, so 9 years this fall. And that's one of those things that I haven't really gone through is like the insulation and stuff. There's all these other kind of cosmetic things I've done over the years, but I guess I should probably go in and figure that out.
You spend $1,000 every year to have people throw down mulch, but you forget about things like that. I'm like, oh, right, that's a drafty window.
Rob, I throw down my own mulch.
I do
Thank you
too.
very much. Rob's out there with his, he's got men in the yard, and he's like, oh, lawn boy.
Well,
and they
I
come out
had
and do
men in
things
the
for
yard.
him. Yeah. Did they have their shirts on? Did people want to see them at all?
Of course
People
not.
driving by and You have a big back 40 at your place? I know you're out there in Medina County.
It's huge.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, yeah.
I have a farm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Farm. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. We grow asparagus. We're an asparagus farm.
Oh,
out there in
really?
Medina. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Rob Anthony's asparagus farm.
Yeah, and it's only because I like the smell of my pee after I eat it. That's the only reason I invested in asparagus farms.
Boy, asparagus works fast.
Sure
I know
does.
everybody knows by now, obviously. They know that asparagus is shorthand for stinky pee. It works fast.
Instant.
Like you eat it and then you go have a waz and it's already coming. I'm like,
It's so funny, too.
Does this work?
Go out for sushi, right? And you're like, oh, this is so good. You forget completely that one of the rolls you had or whatever had some asparagus in it. And the next time, within minutes, going to the bathroom, you're like, right, asparagus in the sushi roll.
Yeah.
It's instant.
And if you're too stupid to put two and two together, you grow up telling everybody that sushi makes your pee smell.
I don't like eating salmon.
Hey, want to go get sushi? I can, man. My whiz smells really, really weird for like a couple hours after. And so it was very, very hot. Yes.
It's going to be, I think, tomorrow's supposed to be the bad one, right?
Oh, wait. I don't know what the bad one is. It's like, and we obviously, this is not a surprise. We knew this last week. They were like, hey, next week's going to be, and the bulk of this week, it's going to be a lot of rain, too. So it's going to be like 85 and wet. Which,
how's that humidity?
So those are the days that I really don't mind being in here in an air-conditioned studio. I will tell you this, though. I was completely taken aback when I came into work this morning because our big boss here and noted Celsius thief, Keith Hotchkiss, he will send out emails for people's birthdays.
Yeah.
Right? It's the one email that goes to everyone. This usually, it never goes out on my birthday. Now, it's fine. Everybody, it doesn't matter to me. But in years past, as far back as I can remember, it has never gone out on my birthday. It'll go out a few days later. So people will spend June 27th or whatever all wishing me a happy birthday. And I'm not going to tell each one of them, well, it was actually 3 days. Nobody cares, right? They're just being nice. It's like, how are you at the grocery store? It's just, so I say, hey, thank you so much, blah, blah, blah. This year, I didn't see the email when it went out. So when I came to work and people started immediately wishing Mike Snyder, first one out, right? He's walking, Wills and Snyder on the air. Walks out and says, Alan, happy birthday. I genuinely went, how do you know this? You tell me who talked to you? I want names. Because I didn't know that he sent the email out on the day.
Well, and he capitalized great day. Alan Cox is celebrating a birthday today. Be sure to wish him a great day.
Well, he wanted it in all caps. He's a
I think
very
he feels
intense young
bad.
man. He's a very intense young man.
He's making it up to you, man. He's like, I stole that guy's Celsius. And then Rob stole his V8.
Well, when he asked me,
ugh.
I'm playing dumb, but when he asked me last week what I had to do makeup, I go, could you send everybody an email next week in all caps? That would do it.
I don't want the normal birthday email.
Right.
I need the all capitals.
Yeah, no, listen, I look what I got, though. So I set myself up for success, right? I got a brand new case of my Celsius.
Uh-huh.
I'm not putting any of it in the fridge here. It's going in my garage fridge. And whatever I bring in, I'm going to bring in what I'm drinking at that time.
So did we decide against the beverage fridge in the studio? I'm going to make one and put a lock on it, dude.
I'm not. I don't know about that.
I know I'll get in trouble, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, but who cares? You know what I mean? Like, get in trouble with who?
The Keiths.
Come on.
That's not iHeart mandated.
Come on.
It doesn't look like the
whatever.
rest of the building.
Yeah, whatever. But anyway, I was genuinely taken aback because I hadn't seen the email and I didn't know. And listen, you're not going to find a guy around here nicer than Michael Snyder, Esquire. And so I was like, hey, thank you, pal. But then it became a thing, and I was like, oh, right, this is getting out of hand. Anyway, for the handful of people who sent me things, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you want to join us live on the phone, you can certainly do that. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no
Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
The Guardians take on the Cardinals on Saturday, June 28th. 15,000 fans will receive a Cleveland Buckeyes cap celebrating the 80th anniversary of their Negro League World Series title, courtesy of Pepsi. Progressive Field is the best place to be on a Saturday afternoon. Get your tickets today at CLEGuardians.com.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
We've got the inventory, and we're dealing at Ken Ganley Kia. Over 1,500 new Kias, including K4, K5, Seltos, Telluride, Sportage, and Sorrento. With payments from just $179 lease per month, or buy with zero down. $179 or zero down. It gets even better. Save thousands when you buy with 0% financing, zero down. And now your trade is worth more than ever towards the purchase of a new Kia. Bring it on
Berg.
And he pointed to the Denver phone book and said, well, there are probably 2 million suspects.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Livewire, and listen now.
The poor air quality. Oh, the air quality is bad?
It's bad.
That's been a complaint about this thing for a decade.
The more exposure folks have,
The Alan Cox Show.
the more likely it is that they'll be sick.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Guardians come out of that series against the Athletics in pretty good shape. I think the Twins had leapfrogged them for a minute in the division. Guardians are back in second place there, but at the end of a lengthy West Coast trip yesterday, Guardians 3-0 over the Athletics there in Sacramento. They were off tonight, and then their first appearance back here in the friendly confines in a minute is tomorrow night. They'll be hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. That is a 6:40 start here on WMMS. Guardians over A's of the West Coast final. And it's that Chanel West Coast final that I'm interested in, Rob, for the uninitiated. Nevertheless, there it is. They cap that West Coast thing with some good news there in Guardians land. And you still have, how long? Precisely 1 week by my math, 1 week from today. Jesus Christ, almost a week away from the end of June.
How is that possible?
I don't know. It's as though time keeps moving forward and that there's nothing we can do. Things seem to simultaneously drag on and fly by. And you take the bad with the good, I guess. However, you have 1 week remaining to use the promo code BBQ. That's CLE Clothing Company. So do that if you're so inclined. Save yourself 20% off whatever you want. Now we're going to need an update on the beef between Rob and Charlie.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know that it rose to the level of a beef.
Oh, he talked about it again today. That's why they're talking
Oh, he
about
did?
it. Yeah.
Oh, because I talked about it on Friday, and clearly Charlie was like, tongue-in-cheek. He was making it sound like it was some big thing.
Wait a minute. You understood that?
I'm sorry?
You got that it was tongue-in-cheek. I'm not sure that.
Oh, I think a lot of people do, but they're desperate for some kind of drama.
There is no drama.
Right.
Listen, I stole money from him. I'm going to continue to steal money from him when he's paid for things that I do.
Good for you.
Period.
Absolutely.
You know what? I care how much he makes.
Yeah.
I care what I make.
Mm-hmm.
This guy.
Nobody else is going to look out for you.
Yeah.
You got to look out for number one.
That's right.
That's right.
And you know what? I can't afford to pay all those people on my asparagus farm if I don't get paid.
That's right.
What do you think I'm going to do? Take it out of my own pocket? No, I had no way.
Ice swept through Rob's asparagus farm, and then there's all of a sudden nobody here who wants to do the work.
And I'm supposed to pay out of pocket.
All you people who wanted to do the fruit picking work and the vegetable picking work, where are you? Now's your time. $11 an hour.
It's the only reason I got into management is to take from those below me.
Uh-huh. Look out for number one,
That's
baby.
right.
Look out for number two as well. That's a little more difficult, but yeah, okay. Well, there you go. There's your update.
Yeah, no, there is no real beef. I don't believe.
Beef. Okay.
I don't believe. I could be wrong.
But is that situation getting figured out?
I don't know. The last I heard was they were going to look into it. And I think
famous last words.
I do feel like I probably should clarify a little bit, because again, if someone thinks that there may be an issue, I had no clue who was actually involved, who was paid. I sent a note because I wasn't, and I was like, "Hey, just a heads up."
How did they end up determining who did get it?
They just check the order number. They see who got paid. You know what I mean? They're like, "Oh, Charlie got it," and I'm like, "Okay, well, that sucks. I feel bad." I sent them a note. I'm like, "Hey, dude, I'm sorry, but they aren't going to pay both of us. So, good luck."
I'll tell you what, though, that'll be a nice precedent to set, with this company. I'd love to get the talent fees for other people's work.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it from mine, and to double dip.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, it'd be great. Fantastic. Okay, well, there you go. There's your update.
No beef.
No beef. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from around these United States, live during the show, tell me where. Andy's in Atlanta. Anastasia is a bureau chief in Starkville, Mississippi. Jesse listens in Castle Rock, Colorado. Matthew's down in El Paso.
Gentlemen, happy Monday. I traveled to the great state of Michigan this weekend to go to Willow Run Airport for the Thunder Over Michigan Air Show. And boy, it was hotter than a witch's boobie. But I passed an exit that said Monroe, and then for the rest of the damn trip, I'm just walking around going, Monroe. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Monroe! Yeah, of course. Thank you. Isn't the phrase colder than a witch's?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Colder than a witch's teat in a brass bra is what my grandmother used to say.
I never heard it past the teat. I'd stopped there when I was...
Colder than a witch's teat in a brass bra.
Yeah. Hotter than...
Never heard of hotter than.
No. It's usually balls. Like someone's hotter than balls.
Right.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. My grandma would say it. What else did my grandma say?
Boner.
What'd you say?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh, grandma. She loved her a good boner. What can I say?
Yeah.
You know, my grandfather died when many, many years ago. Long time ago. When my grandmother was still quite young. And I'm sure that she missed it for the remainder of her days. Right? You know, my grandmother was 13 years younger than my grandfather. And he died in 1979.
My God.
My mother was 31 when her dad died. And my grandmother at the time was probably my age now. So she lost her husband young. She would get remarried many, many years later. And then she would proceed to outlive her second husband, who was 9 years her junior. So she's outliving dudes left and right.
Yeah.
And so that's probably why she was so fixated, if you will, and I hesitate to use that word because it seems extreme, so fixated on boners, as it were.
Boner.
But why not, right? She was a woman. She was a red-blooded American woman.
Boner.
Just trolling for boner.
Well, that, you know, everybody makes the joke now about my stepdad or whatever, who doesn't exist. But many, many years ago, the inside joke was that my grandmother was a slut. And, you know, it was a little bit of ha-ha funny for a second, and I'm trying to be a cool guy. I was new in town. However, it made me a little uncomfortable to have to, like, play along. Yes! Oh, my dear grandmother is a slut. I'm like, how is this my life?
I know I'm new in town and all, but...
Yeah, I know there's a certain degree of hazing that needs to go on.
Still my grandma.
Still my grandma. But now she's not around anymore, and I never got to ask her.
She was out trolling for boner.
Shut up, Rob. I
Boner.
Never got to ask her. You know, Grandma, there has been running commentary on the program, and people are wondering, you know, try to ask her in her parlance from back in the day, right? I mean, she was a child during the Depression, and so it would have been like, were you ever... Oh, how should I put this? Were you ever addicted to the D, Grandma? Were you ever out there? Oh, were you ever what's the old-timey phrase for slobbing the knob? Were you out there trying to...
Boner.
Grandma.
Boner.
My dear, dear mother's mother. Is there a delicate way that I can ask you this? I never had those kind of conversations with my grandmother. You know? People of that generation are very stoic, very stoic. It's not that she wasn't prone to humor. She had a really good sense of humor, you know, but she was a God-fearing woman. She never beat you over the head with it. When I think of my grandmother, I think of someone who, to me, and again, I'm an atheist, I think it's all nonsense, but I think if your faith can lead you to do good and positive things for those around you, that's what I think of my grandmother. She was the person to me who typified that kind of belief in a higher power. That it was all in service of other people and things like that.
In theory,
and
that's
apparently boners. In service of other people and their boners.
Boner.
I can't account for that, but, you know, we contain multitudes.
In theory, that's what every religion is founded on, right?
Yes.
And it just seems to go in many different directions, and that's when it comes off the rails.
People are fallible, right? What are you going to do?
Boner.
But, yeah. She was out there and
she
doing
probably
her
could have
thing.
done much more, but she had such high standards. She always called people nicknames. Like she was like, they're just a bunch of terrible people all the time.
No. She didn't call them that.
They're a bunch of idiots.
No.
Morons.
A bunch of assholes.
Right, that's what she would
right.
call them. You're a bunch of a-holes.
I
What my
forgot,
grandma called
yeah.
people.
A bunch of assholes.
And that was such a rare dip into name calling. It
Yeah.
just wasn't her way, you know. She was all about the cooking and all about the whatever.
Mm.
It's crazy to me that it'll be 10 years next year.
That she's been gone?
Crazy to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter was just a few months old. My mom, this is how crazy it is, and I love my mom, but again, she doesn't like to travel. My mom met my daughter at her mother's funeral.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. My daughter was 6 months old when my mom met her for the first time at the funeral.
Were
Brought her
people using
along.
like the bittersweet comments?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
No, don't remember that. But, you know, because it's not about that day. That's why I was kind of like, it would have been nice to do this before, because that day wasn't about that.
Right.
It wasn't about, here's my kid. You know, it was about her mom in the box. And there she was.
A bunch of assholes.
Ah, yes. That's why I'm glad I have these clips, right? I want to remember her in the way. Oh, you know what? We are back to handing out money. I thought we just ended this, and I guess we did, but we're back on it. So that's good news for the people who are listening. The Buzzard Bookie, once an hour. This is day one, and we do this for the next few weeks, by the way. A chance for you to grab some money, $1,000, about 30 past every hour. And so this is your first of 4 today. Good luck. Make it count.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was reading about, they had to pull 50 people out of the Cuyahoga River yesterday, out in Kent. 50 people, including children and 8 dogs, were rescued by the Kent Fire Department around 1:30 in the afternoon for 11 people who were in the river. There were people losing control of their rafts and their kayaks because of the current that haul all these people out of the river. They spent 3 hours rescuing 23 people, children, and 6 dogs further downstream. 28 more people and 2 dogs were rescued from the water. It's like when they, what do they call, you know, anytime there's a nautical disaster, they refer to them as souls. There were 50 souls in the water that day, and only 42 came out. One of those, right? It was warmer than a witch's boob that day.
Out in the Cuyahoga River.
Out in the mighty Cuyahoga. 50 souls were lost that day. Only about 10% of the people rescued were wearing life jackets, they said. There's simply no way to know what 10% of 50 is. Nevertheless, you know, if you're out there having fun, probably a certain degree of imbibing. And so the Kent Fire Department doing a good job. They were able to get 51 people out today, but it could have been way worse. And so obviously that is a teachable moment when they're like, hey, listen, I remember we used to go to my wife's family would have this big family gathering up in northern Michigan along the Manistee River, which, if you know anything about that, it's ice cold. And we would go kayaking up the Manistee River, and that moves very quickly. It's not super deep, but it moves very quickly. And this was in the early days of our courtship, and so I was trying to ingratiate myself with her family. So I'm trying to be a cool guy. It wasn't necessarily in my wheelhouse to go and do all this stuff, but whatever. And I just remember kayaking up the Manistee River with some other people in her family, and I was the new guy, right? Everyone casting me a skeptical eye. And the current was crazy. And I remember flipping my kayak.
Oh.
And again, it wasn't super deep. If you are in deep water and you flip your kayak, you've got to make sure that at least you can kind of get a roll going or something like that, or it can be a problem. And so it wasn't like that. But in the process of doing that, I'm burying the lead here, I was carrying the beers.
Oh, no.
And so the beers all went. Now, silver lining, the Manistee River, ice cold. So the beer didn't warm up at all when they were able to retrieve it downstream.
Oh, you got it back?
Got it back.
Oh, happy ending.
And well, they weren't loose, you know what I mean? I mean, they were still connected. They were in a cooler or in a thing, and so able to get those back. But we didn't need no fire department to pull us out. But it can be a scary situation.
Yeah, and it would never be a problem if people would just listen to what we say about fresh water. Stay out of it.
Stay out of the fresh water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're out, no problem. See?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to call the fire department.
Now, down in Akron, there was a terrible situation. I think a 5-year-old kid died down in Akron on the Cuyahoga River.
Oh.
He and his dad had capsized, and I think the dad got out, but I don't think that the boy got out. So you take the rough with the smooth. Yesterday also was the anniversary of the Cuyahoga River being on fire. Not the first time, mind you. People born and bred here, I had to learn this down the line, but people born and bred here are aware that the Cuyahoga River, at the peak of its toxicity back in the late 60s, caught on fire multiple times. But June 22nd of 1969 was the last time they caught on fire. And Carl Stokes was the mayor at the time. He was the first black mayor of a major American city. And, he was like, we got to figure this out. And so June 22nd, 1969, anniversary yesterday, of the last time that the Cuyahoga River caught on fire. Now, if you take this as a personal challenge, it might be harder to do. It famously was flammable because it was so toxic. But now, speaking of kayaks, you'll see people all up and down the Cuyahoga River kayaking. Now, again, it's obviously much, much cleaner than it used to be, but it still has certain levels of toxicity, and as any natural waterway would. And so you got to be careful there. It's like when Flint, Michigan was going through its water crisis. I shouldn't say was going through. People think Flint, Michigan is fine now, the city water. It very much is not. It's just not on the front page anymore. But when they were really trying to get people to think that it was great so they could move on to the next thing with the toxic water there in Flint, at the time they did one of those photo ops where the governor was going to drink a tall glass of tap water. Oh, man, in this guy's eyes, he's like, it's fine. Everything's perfectly fine. And every time a city contends with something like this with like a natural, not a disaster, but like when the waterways, which are, of course, polluted, when they're trying to show the public, put them at ease, they'll take a big glass of local water and they'll suck it down like everything's fine. But, boy, they look terrified. You can see, you can see it in their eyes, boy. They are clenched up down below. They're like, guys, have a mobile diarrhea vehicle available for me, all right?
Start the antibiotics the week before.
I'm going to need it. And I'm sure that they did that at some point with the Cuyahoga River. They probably had a photo op where somebody was taking a big old swig of water, a giant straw coming down into the...
It was right here in Cleveland, though, right?
Right here in Cleveland.
Yeah. I didn't know if it was elsewhere on the river, but I know it was right downtown.
It was at the mouth of the Cuyahoga River, I think, before it goes into the lake.
That's crazy.
The dad is still missing, by the way. Sorry. So they recovered that child. If the dad is still missing, that doesn't bode well for that whole situation, but down there in Akron.
That's awful.
Yeah, that's a terrible situation. And you have to think with all the rain we've gotten recently that the river has got to be higher than a witch's teat in a brass bra, Rob. Am I mixing my metaphors now?
Maybe.
All right. So, yeah, that's a sad situation. But again, they're in Kent. They were able to fish a lot of people out of that situation there.
Those gosh darn hot dog buns that Rob is talking about grossed me out so much as a little kid. You might as well just...
Oh, yeah, Matt called. What was the brand we were talking about?
I think it was Freihoffer.
Freihoffer, yeah, Matt called.
That was the one I was familiar with.
He did a lot like him.
Grossed me out so much as a little kid. You might as well just wrap a hot dog up in a slice of Wonder Bread, because that is what they reminded me of. And I know it's just literally just bread, but I would gag when my parents would try to feed us those growing up, because my mom grew up in New Hampshire, in Concord, and so we would spend summers, most of my childhood, going up to Maine and New Hampshire and Connecticut to see family. And oh man, those buns give me the heebie-jeebies, and I know that it's literally just the exact same bread that's cut a different way. But I got to do a hard pass on the New England hot dog buns. That is what we don't have them here anymore, but that restaurant chain, Friendly's, that's what the Friendly Frank would come on. If you went to Friendly's and ordered the Friendly Frank, you would get that. Anyways.
Yeah.
So Matt is not on board with those.
But he's right. I mean, it's the same exact bread as the side cut ones. They just cut them on the top. So it's he's just impartial to the cut. Not
is that what?
necessarily
Oh,
the
that's what.
flavor.
Well, he said it was like Wonder Bread or
That's
something.
what it is. Every hot dog bun is Wonder Bread. It's white bread. I mean, Wonder made New England cut rolls.
Yeah,
You know,
I understand.
Every bread, that's all it is.
I'm gonna get me some Freihoffers. I'm gonna see them for myself.
And you gotta.
Now, I'm partial to poppy seed, of course, but that's just a regionalism.
The thing with those, man, is you gotta like. They're always better if you like maybe throw them on the grill, get them a little crispy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe put some butter on it, throw it in a pan.
Yeah.
Always better that way.
Most food you have to manipulate to make it edible.
Of course.
Yes, these are all processed pieces of food. You know, we did our finals for the FIFA soccer thing over the weekend. We were at the Lakewood Truck Park on Saturday, and we had a lot of fun there. And who was the young man who won? A guy named Ryan. I'm sorry. Dan Hamilton of Akron was the guy who won. He qualified with us at my appearance at Ray's Pub. And then, so Daniel Hamilton, he's the one that's going to L.A., and he's going to compete for the whole enchilada, right?
Yep.
But we did have a couple of people who were there, a guy and his girlfriend. She had clearly played soccer before, and they were from Maryland. And so as I'm kind of doing a little bit of play-by-play for this thing, you know, on the microphone, I am trying to figure out what the nickname of the state of Maryland is. And I go, well, it's not the Granite. I go right to Rob and I go, hey, is New Hampshire the Granite State? He's like, yeah, why? I just make sure it wasn't Maryland. Because I'm trying to be pithy with these people from Maryland. Maryland is the free state.
The free state.
I don't know what the hell that means. But are they the ones with live free or die?
That's New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah. Live free, the old Carlin bit. Live free or die. I don't want to move anywhere where they mention death right on the license plate. But those two didn't, but Maryland, the free state, New Hampshire, where Matt went and spent his summers. He did not like those hot dog buns, and he wanted to let you know, Rob. So I hope you feel better about it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. People want to get the word out. Hey, want to go see Chimera? Cleveland's very own, boy. You never miss with Chimera. Chimera Christmas is the week before at the Agora. It is Saturday night, December the 20th. There isn't a dud in the bunch. Special guest, 200 stab wounds, yes, and nun slaughter or nun's laughter. Either way, yes. I'll be there. I hope you'll be there too. I'll have tickets for you all week. You get the first pair here. AgoraCleveland.com for the information. Chimera Christmas. Man, wrapped up in a bow for you. Caller 10. You get this pair here. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
All this week with Stansberry and the Alan Cox Show. You can win
buzzer.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's for living out radio workplace fantasies. And if I have to explain that to you, it's clear you don't deserve it.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Little Smashing Pumpkins. You going to see Billy Corgan on Wednesday?
I think so. You going to go?
Maybe. I might dip in, yeah. Girl from Cleveland's in his band. Yeah, Billy Corgan and the Machines of God. We gave away some tickets. That show Wednesday night at the House of Blues. 35192 to send a text in here if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app and you do it from out of state. Tell me where you do that. Guardians are off tonight. They ended their lengthy West Coast road trip with a pretty good showing against the Athletics. They're in Sacramento. They took 2 of 3, right? Athletics won on Friday. It was 5-1 there. But the Guardians shutting them out yesterday, 3-0. And then they come home, and tomorrow night we'll begin a couple of home series against the Toronto Blue Jays, and then the Cardinals will come to town. That's Albert Pujols and the I'm sorry?
No, I don't think he's there.
That's Sammy Sosa.
That's probably not. Just wanted to.
And the St. Louis Cardinals. Sammy Sosa's still alive, right?
He
I know
is.
for a while he had the complexion of Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, yeah.
And people were really, really flummoxed by that. But anyway, Guardians, Blue Jays, tomorrow night, first of 3 at Progressive Field. 6:40 is your first pitch here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Alan, speaking of toxic, have you seen the trailer for the new Toxic Avenger movie? I did see that. Peter Dinklage, who is a little person but a very accomplished actor. Of course, he's in the movie Elf. And he was in a movie I watched this weekend that was terrible. Just terrible. And it's probably 10 years old by now, but I was clicking around with my daughter. I'm like, and I really got to drag her into movies because I don't know if it's an attention span thing or she'd rather be doing something else. But it was the other night, and I said, we should watch a movie. And we landed on a movie called Pixels, an Adam Sandler movie. And have you ever seen Pixels? It is
think so.
Terrible. I mean, listen, I know people piss on Adam Sandler movies because it's like he's phoning these things in. He's got some 8-picture deal with Netflix or whatever, and that's fine. It's fine. But wow, this movie! The premise is that they sent a time capsule into space with video game footage, and the aliens thought that it was a declaration of war. So they have sent their video game characters back down to invade the Earth or whatever, and Adam Sandler and his friends are all grown up, but they were video game legends. Peter Dinklage is one of them. But if you can suspend disbelief enough to get past the premise that Kevin James is the president of the United States.
Oh, Jesus.
Of course, now, 10 years ago, people go, that's ridiculous. They never have a moron be president. No. But what was once fiction is now fact.
I just wish I was friends with Adam Sandler. That's the greatest thing in the world. Like, you get into everything.
I guess, but yeah, you get paid. And you get put in a movie. And again, I don't know if Pixels did well. I don't know if it made money. I have to assume that it did because that kind of movie is kind of, tailor-made to, you probably take your kids or whatever. But at the end of it, I was like, wow, even for a movie like that, like nothing made sense. There's no, even in A Flight of Fancy, there needs to be kind of some logical thread that runs through it. Wow, what a terrible movie. What a terrible, terrible movie. And so, again, you are making a leap of faith when you go into any movie. You're like, it was mercifully short. I think it was like 96 minutes long. Felt like it was a few hours, but I think it was maybe only an hour and a half. But anyway, I mentioned that because Peter Dinklage, who was also, of course, in Game of Thrones, which I did not watch, but I know he was in that. He is in the Toxic Avenger movie, which, if you recall the original Toxic Avenger, the Troma films, it was super low budge. And when they say they're going to reboot it, people are like, all right, ease off here. But they have like A-listers in this thing. Kevin Bacon's in it, Macon Blair is in it, Elijah Wood, and Peter Dinklage. And that's going to be out end of August. But I think the first trailer for it is online. If you're a Gen Xer and you remember that OG Toxic Avenger, it was very, very tongue-in-cheek. And the trouble is, anytime they reboot a film, they've done it solely because the technology is better. And so you have to walk a fine line there, because what made the original film so enjoyable is that the technology was so bad. It was practical effects, and it was gooey, and it was gross. And so once you start throwing all that stuff into CGI, and I don't know if that's what they did here. I'm sure that they've shown it at Comic-Cons or shown clips or whatever, and those people are usually the best, the most honest arbiters of whether or not that stuff's going to be any good. Yes. Okay, thank you. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your NBA 2025 championship team.
Boo.
The Oklahoma City, let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your NBA championship team.
Boo.
Listen,
Am I coming at the wrong time?
I forgot these were even still happening. I won't lie to you. The Oklahoma City Thunder went to Game 7 against the Indiana Pacers. 103-91 is the final.
The Thunder have taken the NBA by storm. For the first time, the NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. The storybook season is complete.
How about that? Suck it, Timothy McVeigh. I mean, I don't know who thought the Thunder were going to lose. You got KD. You got Russell Westbrook. You got James Harden. You got the big three over there. Huh?
No, nothing. Go ahead. You're on a roll.
They won. The Oklahoma City Thunder in 7 games. So listen, we've got Bureau Cheese there in Oklahoma City. I'm sure there will be some kind of parade/tractor pull that'll go through downtown OKC. Listen, good for them. It's right. It's great if you win your first ever championship. It's great for the Cavs. It was great for the Cubs when they won the World Series. League MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Is that his name?
Yep.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Sounds like a curse. Led the scoring there. I guess he's the big name on that team?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Well, Tyrese Halliburton, he was the big
poor guy,
big swinger for the Pacers. He got hurt.
Yeah, it looks like he tore his Achilles.
Okay.
8 to 10 months to recover from those.
Yeah, but why would you do that in Game 7? I mean, that seems like a really bad idea.
I'm not sure you have control over when that thing goes.
Well, come on.
Yeah, that does suck. I would have enjoyed that game had he played through it, because I think Game 7 with him in it, who was the stud all playoffs.
Yeah.
I think Indiana could have won. I really do.
Well, I guess we'll never find out.
No.
Yeah. Here's some. These guys play hard, dude. Here's some audio from the floor. Those guys get gas. Oh, they're down there playing their little hearts out. That Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was out there. TJ McConnell killing it. Some guy named Cason Wallace. That sounds made up. But okay. Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder, your 2025 NBA championship team.
Yeah, with the Cavs, I mean, they were the best team in basketball all season long, just back and forth with those records and streaks. And, yeah, I mean, it's, again, not a huge surprise. I just think Indiana was on a great roll. I would have liked to have seen what happened.
Mm-hmm.
No fan of the Pacers, but.
Well, as a native of Illinois, all it takes for me to root against the Pacers is for them to be in it.
Yeah.
And so that's what I did. I don't give a fat frog's ass about Oklahoma City. But, again, that is a city that has some mortal wounds, if you go back far enough. And so I guess nice for them to win their first ever championship. I've got some sperm news here.
Sperm news.
We've all seen the memes. Nick Cannon trying to talk to his kids on Father's Day. And, it's a screen of it's from The Dark Knight, or it's a mail slot in a door with 4,000 letters coming through or whatever. And everybody goes, how can Nick Cannon remember all those kids' names? Well, he can't. That's the bottom line. He's got 12. He was doing some girl's podcast. It's called Really Good. Best as I can tell, she interviews people while they're doing yoga.
Oh, God.
And she asked him to name all of his kids. And he felt put on the spot. He couldn't do it. He's got 12 kids with 6 women. This guy likes to leave it in, boy.
Boy, does he ever.
He really does. And she was like, oh, can you name all of them? And he got a little tripped up.
What are their names?
I just told you.
You told me one.
Oh, you want all 12?
12 names.
All right. This is where I usually get in trouble.
Why? Because you don't know all of them.
I know all of them, but like when you're labeled, like can you label or just rattle off 12 of anything?
Yeah.
Okay, what can you rattle 12 of?
12
can you name
colors.
12 states right now?
They're not, like, what's something personal to me that
okay,
I can name?
can you see exactly? Okay, name 12, what do you have 12 of?
Well, most people don't have 12 of anything. Or $12.
Can you have 12 tattoos?
I don't even have 12 tattoos. You have more kids than I have tattoos.
Exactly. All right, well, here we go. I'll label it off for you. See, let's keep me honest. There's rock, roll, golden.
Oh, and by the way, his kids' names are terrible.
Oh, yeah.
There isn't a good one in the bunch. I don't know why celebrities, the relationship between the number of kids and the awfulness of the names is directly proportional. I don't know why that is. It's not just Nick. The names are just god awful. It's like he looked at something and goes, there's a name. No thought given at all. Guarantee no thought given to these names.
Rock, roll, golden.
First two are rock and roll.
Is it row?
I don't know. Probably row. Nevertheless.
I do like rock and roll much better.
Yeah. A genre in which he is no way associated. Right?
Rock, roll, golden.
Row, yeah. Well, he likes the tiny fish egg.
Heavy, metal.
He's a big sushi fan.
Yeah.
Makes his pee smell weird.
Right.
Powerful, rise, onyx, legendaries.
Powerful, rise, onyx, legendary, like...
Legendary.
Zion, zillion, zen.
Zillion. Not only are they zen.
Oh, zen.
Not only are they terrible, imagine what you've got to live up to when you're one of these kids. Hey, what's up, beautiful Cannon?
And see, this is where how many?
You're missing 2.
I'm missing 2. And then I would say, oh yeah, did I say beautiful? Did I say there's beautiful? And then there would be Halo, my youngest.
There you go.
Beautiful and Halo. I like how his assistant off camera went, beautiful. She had to like remind him of his, or somebody off camera had to remind him of his kids' names. And that's the thing. When you put no thought in the kids' names, they're instantly forgettable. Now, granted, he is right. Hard to remember 12 of anything. But
I would think you'd
the
remember your
meme has
kids.
become reality, right? If you're going to have 12 kids. And by the way, he's not done. This guy's got I'm going to let God decide. God's got nothing to do with this, right? If there was a God, he would have had you stop at 3. Once he found out what you were naming them, he'd go, nope, out, done. But good for him. I like his answer to her, though. Can you name 12 of anything? Can you name 12 states? She's like, yeah, that's not personal to me. These are your children. That might be personal to you.
Yeah, but even still, I'm sure you can name 12 states off the top of your head.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think he even, did he name his kids? Oh, he did. Sorry. Rock and Row are short for Moroccan and Monroe. Those are his kids with Mariah Carey. Monroe. So, oh yeah, okay. Moroccan and Monroe. So he calls them Rock and Row. Golden. So these are the middle names. Golden Sagon. Okay. Rise Messiah. Powerful Queen. Okay. Again, it's Mad Libs. Again, his kids, their lives, whatever. We have no skin in this game. Zion Mixolydian. That sounds like something he was probably on to regulate his moods. Zillion Air, H-E-I-R. Put a lot of thought into that. Beautiful Zeppelin.
I like that one.
That's a 2-year-old. Legendary Love and Onyx Ice. I got a case of that for my 4th of July party. You drop a Jolly Rancher in there, boy. It is top shelf. So for all the people making fun, how does Nick Cannon? I bet he can't remember their names. He can't. You were absolutely correct.
Well, it took a little prodding, but he came up with it.
He did, yes. Yep, someone in his employ had to remind him off camera of what one of his other kids' names are.
Another word for pretty, Nick. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Hot.
Yeah, I forgot that
My
bitch.
daughter, Hot.
I forgot about her.
Oh, Foxy? No. Foxy Cleopatra Cannon. Also in sperm news, Gen X wants to... sorry, Gen X. I got myself on the brain, Rob. Take two.
Hold on. Not recording yet. Do you have your script?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Count me down. Yeah.
2, 1.
Gen Z wants to normalize office hookups. This is the perfect incentive, by the way. If you are an employer, I know it's fraught territory, but I don't know why you would resist this at all. If you want people in the office all the time, figure this out. Gen Z wants in-office sex to be a totally acceptable thing because in their concept of work-life balance, that's what it is, right? Heretofore, people were like, oh, work-life balance, I have work, and then I have my life. But people work so much now, they go, I don't know what that is. I mean, in all candor, I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never nailed work-life balance.
Same.
So, Gen Z, who are the current youngest generation of workers, are like, we would like workplace sex to be less of a taboo. Now, this is ironic to me because all they ever talk about is how Gen Z isn't having sex at all. So I guess the people who are in the office, and again, office relationships, people you spend a lot of time around, when they want animals to mate, they just put them in the same cage together. And so Gen Zers are like, yeah, we would like this to become less taboo. Remote work has made people more flexible. And so if you're going to get people back into the office, listen, we are in the last days of a fading empire, all right? There are clearly no rules anymore. So if you want these people toiling away at a meaningless job just to eventually get replaced by AI, let them break off a nut in a phone room. What's the matter with this, right? They got these pods or these offices. Designate one or two of them. They did this on The Office 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They were all in a meeting. They were like, okay, one room for this, one room for this. Somebody wanted a masturbation closet.
Yep.
I think that might have been a bridge too far. But this is another one of these stories where, older generations look down their nose. They've come to the conclusion, they talk to neuroscientists, they're like, working too much literally breaks your brain. And so if you could be at work and you're all stressed out and you're like, oh, I got this big presentation, why should you be left to your own devices? If Gen Z gets their way, think about an afternoon meeting where everyone in there is laser focused because they got that post-nut clarity.
I'd be dozing.
I don't understand. Well, we've talked about that before.
You'd be fine.
I'd be fine. But
hey, Rob, what do you think about that?
But you're right. I mean, yeah, there's an issue of that. I'm just saying that you'd have to time it out in such a way where that might not necessarily be an issue.
I believe Rob is having his post-coital nap.
He's under his desk like George Costanza.
I think he'll join once he wakes up. He's usually about 15, 20-minute power nap, and he's fine.
Wow, okay. Well, can we push that back that meeting that we were going to have? Yeah, why?
Well, completely understandable. The poor guy's post-coital napping.
Rob just came out of a phone room. I don't know if that's a thing. There's some sperm news for you.
Sperm news.
I got to tell you, man, and I don't think it's because I'm a different generation. I just think it's a bad idea, man. The in-office relationships, it's so bad.
Of course, but I'm just saying,
so
there
bad.
are no rules. Clearly, no one's in charge, so you just let's put it to the test.
Oh, it's bad.
You guys think you're so evolved? Let's put it to the test. You're still human beings. You're still subject to all of the chemicals and hormones that masquerade as feelings. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Don't poop where you eat.
Well, I do poop and eat at the same place, Rob. I eat lunch here, and I poop here.
You know what I mean.
I don't know what you... Sometimes I'll eat my lunch in the stall.
Oh, I like that.
I work smarter, not harder.
Let's talk about that work-life balance you said you never got.
Hey, the Cleveland Orchestra, you know what? They are world renowned. There are a lot of things that are referred to as world renowned. You know, you'll have some pizza place in your neighborhood and they go, our world renowned sauce. They're making that up. The Cleveland Orchestra is world renowned, and they are doing something on July the 5th. That's not far off, out at Blossom. They're performing the music of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. And the full lineup of the Cleveland Orchestra's film concert series is at clevelandorchestra.com. So if you're a Harry Potter fan, you can go to Blossom. I'll give you a 4-pack of tickets. Saturday, July 5th, out at Blossom. The world-renowned Cleveland Orchestra performs the music live of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Again, clevelandorchestra.com. 4 tickets for caller number 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
The heat advisory continues till about 8 tomorrow night. Tonight it'll be mostly clear, down to 73. Sunday tomorrow, scattered afternoon showers. High tomorrow, 93. Heat index up to 101. Chance of scattered rain Wednesday with a high of 87.
This report is sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association Outlaw
Nitro Series
is back. 5 events, 4 locations.
1 explosive season.
Top Fuel, Funny Cars, Pro Mods. Nitro Storm hits Columbus July 9th through the 12th.
You all right?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. It doesn't seem like that long ago that Hulk Hogan was in trouble here in Northeast Ohio. I mean, to the level of, I think he was being sued because he whipped a beer can at a woman's head. He didn't whip it at her head. He was whipping beer cans into the crowd, and it hit a woman in the head. Am I remembering that properly?
Yeah.
He was like doing a local appearance, and he was rolling out a new beer of his. It's called like All American Brew or something. His walk-on music was I'm a Real American, for people who recall Hulk Hogan's whole thing back in the day. And he was rolling out the Hulk Hogan Brew. And they were on stage, inexplicably throwing cans of beer out into the crowd. If you've ever done or been part of a situation like that, it's not good. You know, people tend to move in crowds. And so even if you think you're getting it to the guy who's 6'2" and got his arm up, he might move. And the lady who's 5'8" and in front of him subsequently gets hit in the head with a can of beer. But I guess they're rolling out his new wrestling organization in Cleveland. It's going to debut here. He's the league commissioner for Real American Freestyle. A new, and here's the hook, unscripted freestyle wrestling organization. Now, that's funny to me, Rob, because that implies that other professional wrestling is scripted. And so that's very weird to me. Now, I wasn't a wrestling guy growing up. I wrestled in high school and part of college, but I wasn't watching wrestling as a kid. But the notion that professional wrestling is somehow scripted flies in the face of everything that we know and love in this country.
Thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Easy, man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see it.
Oh, man,
My
that
God.
guy. He is in his feels about wrestling.
Still real to me, damn it.
It's still real to me, damn it. See, nobody wants to find out that what they have believed has been wrong. That explains MAGA. And so for a guy like that, he's really, in his brain, he goes, now he's not wrong. They do put their bodies through all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I saw Mickey Rourke do it. Woof. And he still got Marissa Tomei. But the Real American Freestyle is a new wrestling organization led by Hulk Hogan. I wonder if they'll call him the Commish.
Oh, I like that.
Like Michael Chiklis.
Yeah. Shave his head. He's already bald.
Yeah. Yeah, does he still rock the skullet? Like, what's Hulk Hogan look like now?
Yeah, he always has that bandana on.
Oh, that's what it is.
With the long blonde hair on the sides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is his kid still getting DUIs on the regular?
I don't know, but I heard somewhere that he's very ill.
Well, he lost feeling in his hands, so he had surgery. So they're trying to figure out if he's got some nerve damage. So Hulk Hogan right now is in the news for a lot of things, okay? His beer company wants to buy Hooters, who have gone out of business. I think the last few Hooters in Florida, I think that chain came full circle and they're done. So he goes, I want to resurrect Hooters, which is always weird to me because if you're the businessman, you go, oh, we'll get this pennies on the dollar. We'll scoop it up. But if it's a property that nobody cared about most recently, what do you think you're going to do? I don't know.
I think
I don't have a business brain, so
he thinks the star power will put people in the seats. They'll like what they see and they'll come back.
Yeah, but he's not going to be hanging out at every one of his Hooters
of course
locations.
not.
Yeah.
No, but there, if more of the "it's real to me, damn it" guys show up, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
You get 20 in every city, you're golden.
He is also planning on opening, and again, I didn't realize maybe he has a lot of investors. I don't know that Hulk Hogan is a crazy rich guy, but he is going to open a $7 million bar in Times Square or near Madison Square Garden, I guess. A sports bar called Slam. Yeah. Let the boys be boys. So, yeah, he had surgery. His company is thinking of rescuing Hooters. He's going to open his own bar. He's 71 years old, Hulk Hogan. I thought he was older than that, I guess. But depending on what you read, some of the stories were like, oh, yeah, his family's all coming to the hospital to say goodbye.
Yeah.
But then something else, they were like, hey, his prognosis is fine. He had some nerve damage. You can't believe any of these guys are vertical. So to the extent that guy, you know, he is right about when they're like, these guys really do put their bodies through all this kind of stuff.
So in 2008, when he was going through all that court stuff, it was revealed that he was worth $30 million. So if he stayed on pace,
see, that's not a ton of money, though.
No,
I mean,
not to be building $7 million bars.
Right. No, I mean, I assume he's part of some investment group. You know, he lends his name and likeness in a couple of ducats to the proceedings, but yeah, that's it's no small thing. But Hulk Hogan obviously has, he's had a raft of health issues over the years. But a decade back, he filed a lawsuit for medical malpractice against the Laser Spine Institute of Florida. Now, I'm not going to take the time to do a cursory Google search here, but I wonder if that means that's the company that fixes your spine with lasers, or they give you laser spines.
I'm going to go with the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say the second would be front page news. I mean, we are approaching the singularity every single day, right? The confluence of man and machine. There are some people, these biohackers, the guys that put their key fob under their skin, because I guess it's super hard to have it on your keychain. Those people can't wait for that day when man and machine become one. And so I thought maybe this was a place that was installing people with laser spines. But you're probably right.
Yeah, laser spines, I'm guessing they're still working on that.
Okay. Well, he sued them a while back for malpractice.
Who loves lasers? Lots of lasers. Pew, 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 pew.
Wavy Davy B is doing their ads already. See, that to me sounds like they're giving you a laser spine.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, 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 pew.
Who loves lasers?
Yeah.
Lots of lasers. Pew, 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 pew.
I love
Rob,
that.
I just write him something and he says it. That's what I like, right? That's a mark of a good voice guy.
I love that.
I write it, you say it.
Pew, 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 pew.
I pay you for it. Pew, 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 pew. Now I did give him a little bit of creative control. I wrote him 5 pews, and he only said 4.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, right? I like them to, I'm no dictator. I like to let them know, hey, make this your own. I wrote him 5 pews. He gave me 4.
Technically, he did not give you 4.
Pew, 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 pew.
Listen to the echo.
No, but he said pew 4 times.
Yeah, but the echo may count. He may be counting that.
Oh.
Because you get 3 more, right?
He did charge me by the pew.
See?
Yeah, which is weird. Which, when I was an altar boy, it was the same thing.
Is that P-E-W?
Yeah, that's how I wrote it.
Yeah.
Yeah, with an exclamation point.
Pew, 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 pew. And you know what?
Who loves lasers? Lots of lasers. Pew, 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 pew.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he was to give you the extra pew, I'm not sure it would have as much impact. I think the 4 pews is the right amount. Pew, 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 pew would have to be a completely different cadence.
Too much.
He knew. He's a pro.
That's what I'm saying. It was a trick, and he passed.
Pew, 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 pew.
Not a trick, a test. So let's check this guy's metal. And he did it. Alan, I saw at least 3 Hooters restaurants on the main stretch of Myrtle Beach when I was there in May. Yeah, they've closed them since then.
Yeah.
That was May. Like, Hooters, I think, just closed. Like, people were showing up to work having just ironed their tangerine hot pants and found, a printout on the door. Hey, thanks, we're closed.
Did they close every one?
Yeah, that's my understanding. They were dribbing and drabbing them for a while, but I think the OG Hooters locations, I think they held out as long as they could in Florida. But I think they're all closed. I think all of them are closed. My sister, former Hooters girl, I asked her how she felt about it, and I haven't heard back. Hey, I've got $1,000 here for you. It is a chance for you to grab some money off of the Buzzard bookie. We are back on this for the foreseeable future, so don't waste an opportunity to put $1,000 in your pocket. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you listen on iHeartRadio, if it's out of state, tell me where. You can leave us messages as well.
Yo, Alan, future black step.
This son of a bitch, you know what? I met this guy, too, right? I mean, I can put a face to the name now.
Yo, Alan.
Face of the voice.
Future black stepdad here again. Man, your mom told me about the younger guy proposing to her, and we just laughed and laughed and laughed while she was sitting on my lap feeding me grapes.
Oof.
That was fun times. All right. See you Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's how I know this guy. I didn't have evidence before, but now I know that guy's lying to me. He's not, because it wasn't the younger suitor who proposed to my mom. It was the age-appropriate suitor who proposed to my mom. So take that. Nice try, bro. Sitting on your lap, feeding you grapes. My mother has rheumatoid arthritis. She's not feeding anyone grapes. You lying sack of crap. I gotcha. I knew I'd get you, and I got you.
The see you at Thanksgiving sign-off.
I'll see you at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You can huff my taint. See you. You're not going to see me at Thanksgiving. By that time, my sainted mother might be remarried, for all I know. It's not the younger guy. And thank God for that. The younger guy's a few years older than me. Imagine if literally... Yeah, this guy's here joking about being my new black stepdad. Yeah. Imagine if my real stepdad was a couple years older than me.
Imagine if he was younger.
Hey, respect.
Props.
Respect. It's not like I'm going to call him dad, you know? So that's not my thing. Even with like legit in-laws, I don't call them mom and dad.
I don't like that.
It was just never my thing.
No, Melissa does that with my mom sometimes.
I think it may be more of a female thing. I don't know.
It always feels weird to me. I've never done it with my in-laws.
I mean, my ex-wife still talks to my family more than I do.
Really?
Yeah. I'll talk to my sister. She'll be like, oh, I was talking. I'm like, really? I mean, my ex-wife's, my ex-in-laws and sisters and brothers, they're all very nice people. I'm not conversing with them. You know, if I see them, if like, you know, my daughter's birthday, we're gone all next week. My daughter's birthday is a week after mine, so I'll see her for her birthday. She turns 21 a week from today. And so I'm sure I'll see them there, you know?
And you're cordial.
But I'm not, yeah, of course. Yeah, there's, you know.
But there's no reason to text.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't know.
no,
It's
man.
fine. I genuinely do not have a problem with it. I'm just like, man, that's not me. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, and the calling mom and dad, that I don't know, it kind of bugs me out a little bit. I don't like it.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just I'm so out of the loop on everything with my immediate family. I don't need to be out of the loop on extended stuff.
But then it starts like it sounds like I'm married to a sibling. Like, well, don't. That's my mom. Don't call. That's you have your own mom. Talk to your mom and you do that. I'll call her Diane.
I'm not telling people. You'll call who? What?
Melissa's mom, Diane. I'll call her Diane.
That's my ex-wife's name.
Is it?
Yeah.
But, so you want to hear? My
so
mother's
be like,
name is also
I was texting
Diane.
with Diane. I was like, you were?
My mom's name is also Diane. My mother-in-law and my mother both named Diane.
Really?
Yep. My mother has two N's in hers. That's the only difference. Dianne.
Okay.
Yeah.
My ex-wife, weird thing, Diane, no N's. Anyway.
With a Y?
Yeah, with an I. No, and again, they're all lovely people, but it's just like I'm not texting with, you know. Alan, are you going to have Captain Fun's floating Fandango again this summer? Yes. Oh, by the way, we were talking, Matt called in, and I guess he wanted to break your balls or at least be on record as not liking those New England hot dog buns.
Yeah. He's wrong, but that's okay. Everyone can have an opinion.
Oh, you don't care for that opinion?
No, his just happens to be wrong. It's fine. It's all good.
Well, but I thought you kind of agree with him. Like, yeah, they're white bread. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, but again, he's not saying he doesn't like the bread. He kind of contradicts himself because he says they're all made of the same thing. He just didn't like how that one was cut.
Oh, okay. They're circumcised? He didn't care. I like a reservoir tip. on my hot dogs.
Just round it out on the end.
Hot dog buns.
Cut off the remainder of the bun.
Uh-huh. That's how he likes it.
Yep.
No, but I think you sent me the thing about they do, 4th of July is coming up, and they do the whole thing about the debate over the hot dogs. This happens every year. I did not understand why there's this cellular aversion to ketchup where I come from until, as with most things, it can be explained through an historical or economic context. And I saw a guy online. He goes, the reason ketchup is so verboten in Chicago, back in the day it was called Hog Butcher to the World or something, slaughterhouses, and a huge meat producer there in Chicago around the turn of the century. And apparently when they were selling meat that they knew was on its way out, they told people to zhuzh it up with ketchup because it was so sweet that it would overpower the taste of this meat that was on his way out, right?
Okay.
Meat producers, they don't want to lose or waste anything, rooter to tooter, right? It's like when you go to a restaurant and they have the Vichy Soise or whatever their fish dish is on a Monday. That's all the crap they couldn't sell on Friday and the weekend. And they got to make room for the new shipment coming in, so they got to get it to you. And so this guy was like, so what happened was the meat producers who wanted to underscore how good their meat was, they said no ketchup. That was the signal that, hey, this is really good meat. You don't need to cover it in sugar sauce just to be able to make it edible. And I only mention this because when they have these, and now that the Pope is Chicagoan, right? The Pope's from Chicago.
Yeah.
They're expecting that he might weigh in on it. In Ohio, they talk about putting French fries and coleslaw and onions on hot dogs, and that's fine. If nothing else, is a regionalism. Now, you can go to Happy Dog in Gordon Square and get any of these things on your hot dog. You can get goddamn Fruit Loops on your hot dog if you want. But like kimchi, some people opt for the cream cheese.
Oh, cream cheese?
Yeah, you can get cream cheese on a hot dog.
No.
I mean, it's not for me.
Stop it.
But people have done it. Plenty of people have gotten cream cheese on a hot dog. And so they're waiting for the Pope to weigh in. But they know what he's going to say. He's going to be diplomatic to a degree. He's going to represent. All right, so they've asked me if I'm going to issue an encyclical over the Independence Day weekend for the hot dogs. I'm probably not going to do that. All I'd say is if you like ketchup, put ketchup on there. If you're not worried about risking the fires of hell, then fine. You know how that goes, all right? Get some Plockman mustard wherever you're from. Burtman's is fine, too. Put that on there. I don't care. Just no ketchup on your hot dogs, all right?
But I thought you said there was no ketchup on the Papal hot dog cart.
There's no ketchup on the Papal hot dog cart. What I'm saying is there's a guy here in Rome. He's like in the backyard of the Basilica. And he's over there trying to take the tomatoes that they don't put in the pasta sauce, and he's trying to make ketchup out of it. And guess what? I had him killed.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, well, with kindness. I'm
still the Pope.
I
okay.
had him killed with kindness.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
I'm kidding. I had him killed.
Why did you elect the open Pope Mobile?
Because I'm a Pope of the people.
Oh, I love it. I think it's fantastic. I've just never seen it.
I like convertibles. I want people to see my White Sox cap when I'm out there wearing it.
And I did see you chanting with the crowd. That was incredible.
I did. I was out there. I was going, Cubs suck. Cubs suck. That chant?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, listen, I think you're doing great things.
Ketchup is for pussies. Ketchup is for pussies. I got a lot of chants. Which one did you hear?
Even Obama said that ketchup was for 8-year-olds. Once you get to a certain point, you got to just put mustard.
He's another Chicago guy. He knows it's for 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
Yes.
There
are two things that are for 8-year-olds, all right? Ketchup and Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. For everybody else, you get yourself some mustard, onions, put some friggin' Fruit Loops on there. I don't care. Just don't drown your Fruit Loops and ketchup. I gotta go.
Thank you for calling.
I got another chant to start, all right?
It's great to talk to you.
Cubs suck. Cubs suck. Oh, I love having the Pope from Chicago. I guess
so great.
It's so stupid and dumb, and I love it. All right. Hey, you want to go see Sebastian Bach? Remember Sebastian Bach? He's still out there. He's the original voice of Skid Row, and he's going on tour. It's called the Bach on the Road. I love when they do the puns on their name. The Bach on the Road Tour with Sebastian Bach, the original voice of Skid Row. It's going to be Thursday night, November the 6th at MGM Northfield Park. You can go to livenation.com for all the details. He can still sing, boy. There's a lot of these guys that go out and you're like, hey, Sebastian Bach can still kill it. So Thursday, November 6th out at MGM Northfield Park. You'll get my first pair of tickets this week. Be caller 10, and I'll put these in your grubby little mitts. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Feel the
Probably doesn't get played on an MMS 80s weekend, does it?
I don't think I put
Probably
this
a little
in.
twee for us to.
Yeah, it's on like the other stations play it, but I feel like I don't know. Maybe I probably could get away with it. I mean, we're playing some pretty deep stuff.
I ran from Flock of Seagulls. This was the song that everybody was parodying the last time. They were threatening to get into a conflagration with the country of Iran, and I guess now we're in it again. People blowing me up all weekend. Well, I should have rephrased that. Well, messaging me. I don't know. I don't know what anybody's thinking. I don't know. It does feel very similar, though, to post 9/11. The same people are pushing the same nonsense. Oh, there's sleeper cells in the United States, and we got to go in there because there's going to be people setting off suicide vests, and yeah, that's what's going to happen. Well, gas will go up. So if you want to dust off your Biden did that stickers, a little late in the game for that, but never stopped anybody before. So price of gas will go up, and who knows? Surely it's all under control. What's going to happen over there? I like the song, though.
Love the song.
The song's a bop. The follow-up was pretty good. They had another song that, this is the big hit, of course, but they had a song called Space Age Love Song. I don't know if anybody remembers that one.
No.
Yeah. That was the follow-up to Iran.
I thought you were going to make a joke like, I sprinted, or I
What do you mean?
walked was the follow-up.
Oh, no. Nope.
Capitalizing on the success of Iran.
Well, what I have to wonder, though, if the premise of the song, or the conceit of the song, is that he was uncertain if he could handle the power of this woman or guy. I never really put too fine a point on it, but I wonder if that hair didn't do them any favors. I mean, the Flock of Seagulls, they were kind of better known for the hair than anything they did after the song. And you're not going to maintain that hairstyle forever. And so I wonder what those guys look like now, because that is a band that still goes out and, will do nostalgia shows. Yeah, nostalgia shows, but the guy probably doesn't have that hair anymore. The frontman had a perfect name for a guy in a band. His name was Mike Score. Works on 2 levels, right? Musical score. And these guys were getting laid very much of the time. But, yeah, they had like one follow-up. I mean, they had a handful of songs. But obviously, when people go see them at you've got to do nostalgia tours. If you're that kind of band, you're not going to do rib fests, right? You're not going to go out and do that.
Imagine they played for like 45 minutes and didn't play Iran.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The greatest thing ever.
Well, the guy's bald now. Here's what the guy looks like now if you're watching the live stream. That is Mike Score right there. That's what he looks like.
That's a lot different.
But that's almost a better look than that hair, than that weird hair.
Not in the 80s, man.
No, not in the 80s. But, yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. I know that, I know what everybody else knows. But for whatever reason, because I'm particularly vocal about those kinds of things, people message me, and a lot of them just want to vent. A lot of them I get a lot of messages from MAGA people who I guess think that these are amazing developments that are going on. And I obviously think they're wrong. But where's the guy that called me?
Today, the Alan Cox Not Coping Very Well, Just Seething Show, brought to you by the number 47. The 47th president has just taken care of the worst terrorist state in the world. That should have been taken care of.
Right. So we're too deep on taken care of. So that should kind of tell you what we're dealing with. No big shock that's where that cat is coming from. But I guess there's no shortage of Trump ball garglers out there, and this guy's doing that too. But I guess he felt compelled to. I don't know what the flex is there. I download Duolingo for English. You know, traditionally that's for people to learn foreign languages, but if you're using taken care of a couple of times in quick succession, just small note, I'd learn your native tongue first before you get a full head of steam. So I guess we'll find out if you guys are right. It seems pretty clear that this guy isn't even remotely in the neighborhood of playing four-dimensional chess, but okay, that's fine. Those guys like that guy are convinced of that. A lot of people in that Trump camp, by the way, they were very, very enamored of him because he was, of course, during the campaign, we got to get all these wars, the no new wars crowd. Boy, they did a 180 because that's what you do for the guy. You grease up and you grab ankle, and then you go on the Sunday morning news shows and pretend like it all makes sense. I was clicking through. J.D. Vance was on Meet the Press. Remember J.D. Vance?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Ohio. Wasn't he the senator here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Dumb presidents is what we had before. Now, we got a genius. J.D. Vance, by the way, a lawyer, an attorney, an Ivy League graduate who, when asked a complicated question, answers with, well, we had dumb presidents then. Now we have a really, really smart president. He's the bestest. Completely ignoring the fact that we usually go to war under Republican administrations. Almost always. But okay. We had dumb presidents then. And now, we don't. So listen, they have to go on these shows. Whoever is president, you're going to have people in your coterie who are going to go on these shows and go, here's how we doing this. They usually don't revert to, the other guy's really stupid. And this guy's really smart. But I guess we'll find out. But there were a lot of people that were complaining about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. And Trump's making Biden look like Bobby Fischer. So I don't know what they're talking about when they go on these shows. But I guess we'll find out. We are over here and they are over there. And, you know, there are people in that chain of command who do know what they're doing. You get chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But you have to wonder what the point is if you're going to get the country into another situation when you're also trying to decimate veterans' benefits and things like that, or you're trying to make life harder for enlisted men and women. So I don't know what the end game is there. But again, I guess we'll find out. Anybody old enough to remember the invasion of Iraq, by the way, has no excuse to fall for any of this. We got to go in there propaganda. They did the same thing 20 years ago. Same thing. So I guess we'll find out. There's a guy, a lawyer, who accidentally called the judge honey. Did you see this video? Oh, God, where is this? Yeah, okay. So he's arguing a case in front of a judge in Colorado. And I'm going to show it to you on the live stream here because it is a fun watch. This is clearly a guy, by the way, who argues with his wife a lot because he just forgot where he was. And he's in court and he's arguing his case in front of a female judge.
Pursued it, but this could have been three separate.
Okay, but it wasn't thrhree separate. Let's go with what happened in the case.
But honey, oh my God, I'm sorry. That I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
By the way, the panel of judges, 2 females and 1 male. The female in the middle looks over at the judge that he called honey, and she's kind of smirking. And when she notices that the other one is not, she gets stone-faced right quick. She's like, oh, that was a fine little, oh, no? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was the most obvious accident.
Yes, slip of the tongue.
Yeah, definitely. But I agree with you. That guy probably argues with his wife a lot.
Yeah, well, why else would you do that?
Okay, honey,
because
Jesus.
And this is my point. You're in court so much that you would be more used to talking to your wife like she was a judge rather than vice versa. Talking to the judge like, obviously, it's a slip.
Yeah.
It's funny, whatever. But it's hard to recover from.
Did he catch any heat for it?
I think she was confused.
Honey, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That, I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
The question here is what happened. I'm sorry, I've just been totally thrown by
I can
mistake.
imagine. I can imagine. I'm a little thrown by that also, if I'm being honest.
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just
Okay, well, go ahead. You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
The question here wasn't pursued it, but
Mr. Gambini.
Because he's on a timer, right? He's got 1:40 to do his portion of whatever he's going to do in front of the Colorado Appeals Court.
Oh, he's cooked. There's nothing you can do from after that. Cooked.
Yeah, that's pretty good, though.
I wish he would have doubled down on it. Next time, listen, honey.
Sweetheart.
I don't know what to tell you there, sugar teats, but, I'm trying to argue my case here, and you keep interrupting.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, let this be a lesson to you attorneys out there.
You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
No, I want the original one. Where is that?
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
3 separate. Let's go with what happened in the case.
But honey, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That I don't know what to say to that. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize, Your Honor. Oh, it's great. So, yeah, and that gets put in the court record too, right? The stenographer, she's in there typing away.
What
Honey.
Oof. Is it OOF?
Yeah.
I meant to say,
what I meant was, Your Honor. Well, honor and honey, I mean, they share the HON. What if he had called her your honey? Or they're very, very similar. But there's no way you can come back from that.
Did I mention you look smoking hot and black, Your Honor?
Yeah. Very slimming, Your Honor. Not to say that, I mean, not to, no, nothing like that. But, yeah, I don't know what the aftermath was of this. Judge Terry Fox is the woman in the middle. And again, she looks over at the judge that he has just called honey and looks like they're going to chuckle it out. And the judge that he called honey was not amused. Judge Elizabeth Harris. Honey, I don't, oh, God.
Oh, Jesus
honey,
you could literally hear him pucker. Your Honor, honey, oh, God, I didn't mean that, dear.
I'm curious what the case was. I guess it doesn't matter. No. At this point, it's completely secondary.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. The person who wrote this article up on this said, once during a disagreement with a woman I was dating, she wheeled around and snapped at me, "Mommy, stop it." And she had a brain fart too. And so this person's like, I was curious how I became mommy, right? That goes to whatever this person's trauma, undealt with trauma was.
Yeah.
Anybody having an argument, you just call her mommy. Because it's not going to have the same effect if your woman calls you daddy, right? Oh, daddy.
I don't like that.
It's not my thing either, but I mean, it wouldn't throw me off. It's not a boner killer. But if your woman calls you mommy, you know, she's yelling at you like David Draymond in that song.
No, mommy.
No, mommy. Why are you going to be such a bitch, mommy? My girlfriend just turned into David Draymond.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Your wife doesn't call you daddy?
No. I would. There's no way.
You'd recoil?
Oh, God, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like that in the least. Two people can call me dad. Even
not
daddy.
Not
daddy.
Dad.
Fine, daddy.
Oh, it's because you have daughters.
Yeah, man, that's gross.
Okay. Well, I have 2 daughters.
Okay.
Daddy.
Listen, to each his own. I'm not judging.
Yeah,
I'm just saying for me.
Maybe. I don't think I don't know that anybody ever called me that as a younger man. Daddy.
No. I would, yeah.
It's probably a lot sexier when you're not, let's say you don't have kids at all. It's probably a lot sexier if you're not the age of a dad. If you're like a young dude and she's calling you daddy,
Maybe. I don't know, man. I never, ever got into that.
Because you can't, there's other things that go with that, right? You can't just call somebody daddy.
Right. Yeah,
There's
you
going
got
to
to
be
be like,
spanking, and it's a whole vibe.
yeah, or just being completely like owned. You know what I mean? Like, that's when it happens.
All right.
Nope.
Because again, conversely, you can't call her mommy. Somehow that's gross.
Yeah.
Daddy.
Gross.
Turns a lot of guys on. A lot of guys love it.
Oh, I know.
But calling her mommy. Oh, sorry.
But there's a big group of people that do that. I mean, there's the baby fetish people, like all that stuff.
But that's a specific thing. That's a fetish. That's what I'm saying. It isn't just one thing. Those people are wearing diapers and
nursing
bottles
yeah.
and lying in adult-sized cribs. That's a whole other thing. I'm saying, like, during sex, you say whatever you want. Cone of silence, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. People can say whatever they want. Once you kind of get your person's vibe, if she calls you daddy, it's not the end of the world, but I can't call you mommy. Cannot call you mommy. Alan, I bet that guy hears it from his wife, too. You only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left. You better get in there.
Yeah. I am done in 1 minute and 7 seconds, homeboy. Get it over.
You better get over here and make your oral argument right quick, all right? You better get up here.
Got 1 minute and 7 seconds to get this done.
Tell me what's up, or I'm going to start calling you granddaddy.
Oh, Papa.
Alan, I wish I got called honey when I argue with my boyfriend. I get F off, man, and I'm a woman.
Ooh.
Your boyfriend says F off, man?
God.
I mean, yeah.
I don't do that either.
No, I'm not a big arguey guy. You know, there are people who will say, like my shrink will tell me, like, you got to learn to argue. And I grew up in a house that was just, it didn't argue. My parents, maybe they did it behind closed doors, but they got to get along famously well. So, like, I never, my mind would have been blown had I seen my parents go at each other. Whereas friends of mine, that was their parents' love language, screaming at each other.
Yeah, no.
So to them, it was nothing. But like if I'd stay at a friend's house or something, they all was screaming at the other. I was like, oh my God. I thought the house was going to explode. My friend's like, no, it's just what they do.
Yeah, we don't do that either. No. I don't like that at all. You got to set boundaries.
Also, obviously the rumor is going to become that this lawyer and the judge are doing it. That he's meeting her in chambers, and that's why he screwed up. You think that's what's going to come out? That he called her honey because that's what he usually calls her. I hadn't thought about that. I just thought it was a slip of the tongue. Imagine that. No wonder she was pissed.
Oh, I like that.
She's like, you're going to blow this whole thing up. Now, you can explain that away, but if there's one person who either doesn't like him or doesn't like her, you're going to be like, Alan, I once called my husband daddy in the heat of the moment, and neither of us liked it.
No.
Heat of the moment meaning sex, or you're arguing? You know, it would be sex, right?
I would say sex, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Heat of the moment. Love it. All right. Imagine you do that when they're arguing. Oh, all right, daddy.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's so gross. I couldn't. And again, to each his own. I'm not judging you if you like that.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I couldn't.
Try it out.
No.
Next time you and your wife are getting amorous, call her mommy. Slip a mom or mother. Like,
mother.
Pull the Mike Pence.
Oh, thank you, mother.
Oh, mother. May I have another?
That was fantastic, mother.
Oh, mother.
Oh, got it. I have one of those. I don't need another one.
Rob likes him to call him R. N-word Anthony instead of daddy. How about that?
That's fine. I'll take that.
Yeah. And by the way, there are people who are like, well, this just shows misogyny and she's a woman in power and blah, blah, blah. This guy does not look like, I don't know what you can tell. This sounded to me like a perfectly legitimate slip of the tongue. This to me did not look like some power dynamic issue. This guy wasn't one of these dudes driving hard to the hoop, right? Like, Your Honor, I think. This guy couldn't have been more milquetoast in his argument there. That to me sounded like not that doesn't exist. Obviously that exists. But people are like, he said the quiet part out loud. Not everything is that, by the way. Sometimes you have a brain fart and it's at work.
And the complete disdain for what he had just said. As soon as he said it,
yeah, he didn't blow it
I'm
off.
so sorry.
This guy was
Oh, my
like all
God.
flustered and yeah.
What do you want me to do, Your Honor?
Although somebody did just text me "Happy Birthday, Daddy," and I think it might have moved. So it's
That was me.
all right. Oh, hey, thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Next chance for you to win $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie is coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated. That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
The heat advisory continues till about 8 tomorrow night. Tonight it'll be mostly clear down to 73. Sunny tomorrow, scattered afternoon showers. High tomorrow, 93. Heat index up to 101. Chance of scattered rain Wednesday with a high of 87.
This report is sponsored by Lotto.com. Feeling lucky? Lotto.com has digital scratch tickets, tons of games, and instant fun. Scratch now on Lotto.com. Must be 18 or older to play the lottery. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
We've got the inventory, and we're dealing at Ken Ganley Kia. Over 1,500 new Kias, including K4, K5, Seltos, Telluride, Sportage, and Sorrento, with payments from just $179 lease per month, or buy with $0 down. $179 or $0 down. It gets even better. Save thousands when you buy with 0% financing, $0 down. And now your trade is worth more than ever towards the purchase of a new Kia. Bring it on in and get our top dollar. Need credit? Our goal is 100% approval at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them that Kenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer, 25 Sportage, 36 months, APR 2778 per month per thousand financed, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF expires 6/30/25.
Take the highway to the flavor zone with the Roadhog Rib Sandwich at Get Go Cafe and Market, featuring a juicy rib patty with barbecue sauce, topped with cheddar cheese, pickles, and crispy onions on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order in the Get Go app to grab and go. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Kia of Streetsboro.
99 cents get you driving.
Kia of Streetsboro.
Stop in and see how much you'll save.
Kia of Streetsboro.
Kia of Streetsboro.com.
This summer, ordinary just won't cut it, and neither will your car. It's time to upgrade your vehicle at Kia of Streetsboro, where style meets savings all June long. Slide into the all-new Kia Sportage, feel the tech in the Kia Sorrento, or zip through summer traffic in a fuel-efficient Kia Forte, all with low lease deals and financing as low as 0%. Put more of your money in your pocket this summer. 99 cents down, 0% interest, and up to $5K over Kelley Blue Book for your trade. Don't miss these deals. Get to Kia of Streetsboro today, right off the turnpike, or seize the road at KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro.
Kia of Streetsboro.com.
See dealer for details. Expires 6/30/25.
Today doesn't have to suck. Break through your day-to-day boredom by downloading Call of Duty Mobile for free and enjoy fun gameplay featuring fan-favorite Call of Duty maps, modes, and operators, plus tons of new mobile content anywhere, anytime. Available on both the Apple App Store and Google Play Store. Download for free now. Rated R.
Hey, it's Charlie for Sandusky Fireworks Superstore. Want to celebrate like you've never celebrated before this 4th of July? Then get over to the Sandusky Fireworks Superstore. Their showroom shelves are stocked wall to wall. See the fireworks before you buy. Walk up to a TV in their showroom, scan the barcode, and watch that item. They also have a 100% price match guarantee and a 100% dud replacement guarantee. When you think of 4th of July, think Sandusky Fireworks Superstore, just off Route 2 and 250 in Sandusky, or check them out online at sanduskyfireworks.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, it's Doogie here for the all-new Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. The Avon Lake CDJR team is ready to say yes to you. And this month only, shop avonlakecdjr.com and get employee pricing plus. You pay what they pay. Select new 2025 models are now discounted $5, $10, and even $20,000 off MSRP. That's right, up to $20,000 off MSRP. Do what I did. Visit avonlakecdjr.com and check it out for yourself. Just 25 minutes from downtown Cleveland, and if you visit them, tell them Doogie sent you.
Catch the Guards and Cardinals on Friday, June 27th. It's Free Shirt Friday. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cleveland Buckeyes tribute t-shirt courtesy of Phantom Fireworks. Plus, enjoy Sugardale Dollar Dogs, $2 Coors Light pregame and postgame Phantom Fireworks presented by Dollar Bank. Get tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Summer is hot, sticky, and buggy. But Modelo is cold, crisp, and smooth. When you're sweating through your shirt and the beach is mad crowded, the lime and salt flavors of a Modelo Chelada hit just right. When the weather's perfect but you're still at work, it's time to clock out and stock up on Modelo. Drink responsibly. Beer and flavored beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh, and we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
This summer, save more with hot deals on Meijer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
Like Meijer potato chips?
Yep.
Hamburger buns?
Of course.
Ketchup?
Absolutely.
How about Meijer lemonade? That's my favorite.
Yep, that too. Plus pickles, baked beans, cheese slices for sandwiches. It's your favorite Meijer brand must-haves for $2 or less all season long.
That's a good deal better.
Only at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all deals in the Meijer app.
Hey, it's Crystal, here to talk to you about my new friends at Hyundai of Bedford. If you're like me and maybe you need a little help getting approved, they've got your back. Their special team knows that just because your credit score might not be great, that doesn't mean you don't have buying power. They'll take the time to get you into your beautiful new Hyundai with great styling and amazing tech. And every new Hyundai comes with owner assurance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain coverage. Get to Hyundai of Bedford and tell them Crystal sent you. you. HyundaiofBedford.com.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic. The Elk and Elk Traffic Center. If an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A report of a disabled vehicle in the left lane on 90 West, inbound East Shore Way near Eddy Road. Accidents at Denison Avenue and West 61st Street, Detroit Road near Lake Avenue, Green Road, and Cedar Road. Heavy traffic on 422 West between 271 and Miles. Until Sunday, June 29th, 480 West entrance ramp from Miles Road will be closed for road work. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're all about keeping you on the road to summer fun, to rides, to the beach, even to faraway places.
Are we there yet?
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
iHeartRadio's got you covered for the summer. Hit play on the perfect summer playlist like Summer Classics. Road tripping with commercial-free stations like 70s Rock Ride. Or zone out in the shade with a good podcast. Your summer soundtrack is already in your pocket with the free iHeartRadio app. Find your next summer preset now.
iHeartRadio. It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 for you here in about 7 or 8 minutes. 4:30 is the next keyword. Grab a grand. We're back with the Buzzer Bookie. And so about 30 past every hour, all day long, most of the day. I mean, your last 4 keywords show up with me. 5:30 will be the last one. But until then, you got a good shot at scoring some money. Guardians back home tomorrow night after a lengthy West Coast road trip. They end up taking 2 of 3 against the Athletics. Shut them out last night, 3-0 there in Sacramento. So they take tonight off, and then tomorrow night start up hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. That is a 6:40 start, live from Progressive Field. Blue Jays are pretty good right now. They're smack dab in the middle of the AL East. They are my C team or my B team? Or
it'd be C, right?
They're my C team, yes. They are my C team. So I have to root for the Guardians in that situation. The Buccos are my National League team, but the Toronto Blue Jays are my C team. So you've got 1 week remaining to use the promo code BBQ at CLE Clothing Company. It also occurs to me because somebody asked me about it. If we're going to be out next week, how are they going to get the July promo code for CLE Clothing Company? We're going to be burning into the first couple of days of July. And that puts a kink in things. How am I going to? I guess I'll have to post it out on ye old social media, Rob.
Yeah.
Right? In our absence. Comedian Kyle Mooney on the show tomorrow. You know him from Saturday Night Live. He's at the Grog Shop on Wednesday night. The Real Me, Fake Me tour. It's going to be some music. It's going to be some comedy. A very funny guy named Carmen Christopher. And a very funny young man, Ramon Rivas, who was, of course, an Alan Cox Show comedy tour alumnus from years ago. Ramon's very funny. So it's a night of music and characters. Carmen Christopher, Ramon Rivas, and your headliner, Kyle Mooney, who will call in tomorrow. He was on SNL for longer than people remember. He was on 9 or 10 years. And I think he and Beck Bennett have a sketch group, too. He's a funny dude, Kyle Mooney.
He was on SNL for 10 years?
Almost.
Wow.
2013 to 2022, I think.
I just had to Google him. I guess I had not watched SNL with the exception of clips online for so long. I don't even know if I've ever seen this guy.
I realized over the weekend I have done doing some yard work and I went inside and I just want to get in the cool of the house. And so I plopped down and I'm just clicking around and I forgot I never finished the SNL 50th. You know, where they had all the cast people in there and come back out. It's like a 3-hour-long thing. And I forgot I hadn't finished it, and I like Saturday Night Live, and I wanted to watch it because everybody was talking about how it was the perfect encapsulation of half a century of that show and all these people you love. And I watched it, and I was like, I get what they're doing. This is what they have to do, right? They have to shoehorn everybody into something. And some of it was funny, but a lot of it was like, I guess it just didn't. It didn't do me as hard as I thought it would. And I don't know why that is.
I think the biggest problem with all of those things, though, any reunion is never great. It's always you hit lightning in a bottle, right? Like Curb Your Enthusiasm is one of the very rare instances where you could put an entire cast back together for an episode, and it was cool, and it was funny, and it was great. But I think about it. You know what I mean? Like, the reason those casts were so great, or you remember those sketches, is because it was so good for its time. And it's over. You try to redo it, it's not great. It's just not good.
I mean, I don't know. It wasn't terrible. And I understand what they were doing. They had to get a ton of people in there, and they had to go back, and they're doing like old sketches. And I don't know. My thought is, to me, that's baked in the cake. Hey, they're not recapturing anything, and it's fun to see these people again.
But in that role, like sometimes you just don't.
I guess I just thought I was going to sit there and be like, this is awesome, because everybody was like, oh, it was so good. They knocked it out of the park. And maybe they did, and it's just not hit with me. I don't know.
A lot of those things just don't need to be revisited, I don't think. I think that's the problem. They want to be like, oh, let's make Adam Sandler Canteen Boy again. It's just, okay. Cool.
I guess,
Opera
but
Man.
also.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I still haven't finished it. I've gotten through a couple of hours, but like there were also a lot of people that weren't there for scheduling issues or one reason or another. Aykroyd, not there. No Carvey. No Hader. No Colin Quinn. No Norm Macdonald. This guy always prickly. Doesn't want to show up. No, but like those are people. Billy Murray was in there. I mean, that's all great, but it's like there are a lot of people I would have liked to have seen do things. Bill Hader to me is a huge absence if you're going to do 50 years of SNL.
For sure.
So those things can't be helped. You know, these people are like, look, I would have loved to have been there. Everybody else was there.
Did Chevy Chase go?
I don't know if Chevy Chase was there. I haven't watched the whole thing, so maybe he shows up at the end. I don't know. Don't know. Super, super hot all throughout the Midwest. You see the video of the road that buckles just as a car is getting up to it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Here, I'll show you on the live stream.
That hot.
Yeah, and he does like a little hop over the thing. Wow. He like dukes a hazards right over this thing, and then they slow it down in the video. The road just like buckles. The road rises to meet him, as the poem says. Wow. Luckily, right across the street from a Honda dealership. That is Cape Girardeau, Missouri, a town which I think their only claim to fame is the indignity that it's Rush Limbaugh's hometown. I don't know what else they're known for. But things are tough all over, boy. Fortunately, the roads in Cleveland are already like that.
Hitting potholes all the
time.
Yeah.
Walking down Euclid Avenue, you just want to take a stroll. You know, I take my pre-show stroll when it's summertime. Constitutional, clear my head, pre-show. It's like you're on an episode of Wipeout, just walking down the sidewalk. Christ. I mean, I know that. I've been here long enough.
Sidewalks are rough.
Money. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, as promised. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, are you out next week so you can restock your doomsday bunker? The MREs are important, but don't forget the minigun. Gotta have the minigun. Well, I've got an M134 downstairs, and when you say restock the doomsday bunker, I'm way ahead of you, sir or madam. Don't you worry about me at all. I've got my Alex Jones food buckets, so I don't have to eat my... Why eat your neighbor's ass when you can eat freeze-dried beef stroganoff, Rob? I spent quality coin on these Jim Baker food buckets, whatever they are. Boy, that guy, you really don't hear much about Alex Jones before. There was a time where you couldn't avoid him.
Yeah.
It's not like we were glued to InfoWars. You couldn't get around the guy. And now, I'm sure he's somewhere. I'm sure he's doing a show on something. But he just never comes up like in the pop culture bloodstream anymore. Alan, I saw that video. How many wheels do you think were left in that car?
3 wheels.
I saw that. And that was before it hit the buckled road.
2 wheels.
Then it was only on 2 wheels.
It does look kind of fun, doesn't it?
I mean, if it pops up right before you get there,
yeah,
you're like, oh, I broke an axle and I need, that. I'm being told that Chevy Chase was there. He was during the credits. He does not look like he's in good shape.
Oh, he hasn't for years.
You mean like age or weight? Because, yeah, Chevy is not.
And he's a notorious dick. Like, that's probably why he was just in the credit part. Like everybody.
I wonder why that is, too. Because Chevy Chase, I mean, he was famously part of that original cast of SNL. He left after the first season, went right into movies, because they said Chevy Chase is the only guy who said his name every week. He was first host of Weekend Update. He was the only guy who said his name every week. So while other people were like, who's that guy? Who's that guy? They knew who Chevy Chase was. He already made a name for himself. And then they replaced him with Bill Murray? Was it Aykroyd or Murray who came in second season?
I would guess Aykroyd.
Maybe Aykroyd?
Because I know he did those for a minute.
I thought Bill Murray came. Anyway, one of those guys replaced Chevy Chase. But yeah, he has a real reputation, and I wonder why that is. Because the guy, listen, everything passes. His best days are behind him. But he kind of came back with Community. And even those people were like, yeah, he's a real jackass. It's like, bro, you're still in the game.
It's
what's
a shame,
the problem?
Because he's so funny.
He can be. He made just as many bad movies as good ones. There's only so much you can do if the script's terrible. But like, Fletch is still one of my favorite movies of all time. Fletch is so good, they redid it with John. Now, John Hamm's great, too. But they redid it with John Hamm, and it was still good.
I never saw that one.
I liked it a lot. So, yeah, Chevy Chase. I know everybody, likes Caddyshack and all that. I get the classics. Speaking of John Hamm, here's your Venn diagram. John Hamm and Chevy Chase. There's a show over on Apple called Your Friends and Neighbors, and John Hamm is in this. About a guy, he's like a hedge fund guy who loses his gig, and he resorts to stealing, being a cat burglar for his super wealthy neighbors. And there's a subplot of a murder and blah, blah, blah. But the actor, I may have talked about this before, I probably did. The actor who plays his father is an actor named Michael O'Keefe, who was Danny in Caddyshack as a young man 40 years ago. I'm like, what a weird bit of casting. There's no way this guy could be John Hamm's dad. Now, they're only 16 years apart. There's all kinds of weird casting and things like that. They have people all the time who play a parent, and they're only like 9 years older. But I was like, what a weird bit for John Hamm, who's a guy my age. Like, why wouldn't you get an old guy to play the dad? But I don't know. That's the kind of nerd I am, Rob, when I'm watching a movie. I'm sitting there. I'm trying to enjoy it. I go, Michael O'Keefe couldn't be John Hamm's dad. And if anybody's with me, they're like, what? Douche. Dan Aykroyd was in the OG cast. Okay, so Bill Murray replaced Chevy Chase. Alan, is David Lee Roth staying cool in this heat wave?
Yes, I am!
Oh, good.
Such little amounts of clothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he does a lot of cardio, and that's why he gets so hot.
Oh, God! Oh, God, I'm running! Ah!
Yeah, woof. This kind of weather, you might want to stay inside.
Stay hydrated, dude.
Stay hydrated.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. That's when he hears the fire trucks coming.
Ric Flair.
Ric Flair, Nature Boy. Breaking news. Oh, did you send me this?
Yeah.
Is this breaking news?
Just happened.
I guess it is breaking news.
Ish. I mean, not really.
You know what? I'll do it. I'm in a good mood. Mick Ralphs has died.
Who?
Mick Ralphs has died. He had been in poor health for several years. He was 81. Mick Ralphs was one of the co-founders of Bad Company and Mott the Hoople.
All the young dudes?
Right. Bad Company going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? Aren't they going in this next class?
Yeah.
So he died before they got into the Rock Hall.
No, well, he knows they made it. You know what I mean? So that's probably what he was holding out for.
Oh.
We finally made
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mick Ralphs is dead.
Who?
Mick Ralphs. Mick Ralphs, one of the founding members of Bad. I'll tell you what, because I'm a Gen Xer, I know, listen, I love OG Bad Company, listen to a lot of it doing classic rock radio. I like the Brian Howe era of Bad Company.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
When Brian Howe started singing for Bad Company, they got a lot more slick, but they had a handful of hits. When they were in the 80s, Brian Howe replaced Paul Rodgers fronting Bad Company. He had sung on a couple of Nugent records, and they were like, hey, Paul Rodgers is leaving. You know, he's from Portsmouth.
Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
No, actually, Portsmouth, Hampshire, England.
Oh.
Over here is New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Yeah. You're like New London, Connecticut?
Yeah.
Yeah. New Hampshire was named after Hampshire. Like you ever heard of New York?
No.
No. Well, that was named after
York.
York.
Maine.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That was named after the city of York in England. And then when the people came over here, they were like, it was New Amsterdam, and then they renamed it.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
Uh-huh. Now, he's English. So normally he would have said, you, the devious bastard in York. But that's less fun.
Doesn't sound as good.
No, doesn't.
I'm looking through the Howe era. Like what song?
I mean, so Smoke Without a Fire and Dangerous Age was the album I remember. We're talking mid-'80s, so it was glossy, but they did a handful of albums with him. Smoke Without a Fire was a big hit for them. Mick Ralphs was in the band, so they were down to a trio by that time. They had Shake It Up. Fame and Fortune was all right. That was they had hits on every one of the Brian Howe albums. Holy Water was a big hit for them.
You're fine.
No, listen.
The Paul Rodgers Bad Company's the jam.
I'm not saying I like it better. I'm saying a lot of people completely discounted that band when Paul Rodgers left because he went to The Firm. I like The Firm, but they did 2 albums. I'm like, okay, I get it. You know, I'm just saying, wherever Brian Howe is, if he's even still alive. Oh, no, he's dead. Anywho, who cares? He's dead.
Alan, Rob, hate the show. Love the black box reference. Want to let you know that I'm one of the 3 people under the age of 50 that get that reference. My uncle bought the vinyl version of that and showed it to me back in whatever, late 80s, early 90s, along with his $800 VCR that he purchased. Bye.
Woof, $800 VCR. Oh, yeah, black box.
Yeah, everything was.
Data recorder.
I mean, remember how expensive TVs were? I mean, look, you get a 65-inch television now for like $50.
Mm-hmm.
It's nuts.
Well, they were in cabinets back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a turntable in the top. That's what my grandma had. She had the cabinet with the television, the turntable in it.
Yep.
Radio on the side.
Did you have the TV?
Huh?
The TV on top of the TV? Did you ever have that?
No.
My grandfather. Oh yeah, we had that.
I mean, when my very first apartment, which was just one big room, my television was a handheld black and white with an antenna on it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a second-hand TV for my first apartment. I had a couch, a cooler, and a television, and an Xbox.
You had a color television.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
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 No.
Come on.
I had a handheld black and white TV with a radio in it. I'd lie on my air mattress when I got home. In the 3 hours I got to sleep, and I'd watch stuff on my local channels.
Air mattress.
Oh yeah. I had no money.
You were living.
Everything went to rent.
Living high.
Uh-huh. Yep. Trying to get my career going.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to take a break here. I want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Email me there. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Feel the rush of letting it ride on the Nordic Darts Masters League. Or break the bank with a bet on Indonesian table tennis. The Buzzard Bookie is back with your chance to win $1,000 to blow on whatever action you're into. Always wanted to bet on the U.S. Amateur Billiards Championship? Well, now you can with money you won from the Buzzard Bookie. Get keywords at 30 past the hour and get super angry because you lost it all on women's water polo. The Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Brought to you by the Great Lakes Medieval Fair. Open weekends July 5th through August 17th. Come for the food, the fantasy, the costumes, and the entertainment. Family and pet friendly. Visit medievalfair.com for themed weekends and tickets. Come to
At East 79th Street, a slow go on 77 South now between Fleet and Grant. Congested traffic heading 480 West at the 77 Exchange. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're all about keeping you on the road to summer fun, to rides, to the beach, even to faraway places. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios, we say yes.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This is a little gift to myself today, Rob. Little Jimmy Bo horn, right?
I had a feeling it was coming when you said you were in a good mood.
Doggy. Yeah, why not? You got to take your wins where you can, right? Wonder if this guy's still alive. Jimmy Bo horn.
Simply no way to know.
I'm scared to find out. I'd like to think of him being 75, still having to go up and do this. Oh, he is alive. He's 75. West Palm Beach, Florida. Anyway, Guardians are back home tomorrow night, coming off that long West Coast road trip. Mixed results, but they took 2 of 3 against the A's in Sacramento. I feel dumb calling them the Athletics, but that seems to be how they refer to them now.
Yeah.
I just call them the A's. Is that just because it was Oakland and now they're the Athletics?
I don't know why.
I don't know if there's anything official about it, but I keep hearing them almost solely now being referred to as the Athletics.
I think because they can't say the city anymore, right? Like it was easy when you were doing a sports report to say, yeah, Oakland beat the Guardians last night, or the A's beat there was multiple things. Now you just have to call them the Athletics or the A's.
That's what I mean. I don't hear anybody calling them the A's. You know what? I'm going to do that. How do you like that?
I like it. Same.
Jimmy Bo Sports over here is going to start calling them the Oakland A's. Anyway, 3-0 last night was the Guardians' win. Guardians slightly over 500, but we'll take it. They start up the home series tomorrow night against the Toronto Blue Jays. So that is a 6:40 first pitch on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen there. If you listen to this program live on the app, tell me where you are when you do it. Brian is a new bureau chief in Fort Myers, Florida. Scott listens in Troy, New York. Charles is in Huntington, West Virginia. Mary Santora is in Astoria, Queens. I was talking to her a little bit over the weekend. And Lisa listens in Jamestown, Tennessee. Thank you, one and all. Comedian Kyle Mooney going to be on the show tomorrow. He is doing a show Wednesday night at the Grog Shop. And so we're going to chat with him, see what he's been up to since leaving Saturday Night Live. He's been busy. He's directed a couple of films. Successful dude. But I've never had him on the show, so I'm curious to talk to him. We will be out next week, but when we return, July the 7th, Roseanne Barr will make her debut on this program. And I'm equally as excited to talk to her. I was thinking about Roseanne this morning when I was in bed.
Oh, boy.
I woke up very, very early this morning. My dog was being kind of scritchy, and so I was up probably around 4:15. And when I'm up, right? So I'm like, okay, I'll start writing or doing, looking at things or whatever. And I was pondering my Roseanne interview because I don't want to come at her, but I genuinely, I guess there's only so much I can prepare for it because I don't know which Roseanne I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Which is part of the fun. But literally in my mind, I'm like, okay, I have to have 2 columns depending on which Roseanne I get. So that's how I'm preparing for it. I'm preparing for either Roseanne. And I'm breaking it down by 2 to hear her tell it. She's got all kinds of stuff going on in there. But I'm going to break it down into savory Roseanne or sweet Roseanne. Right?
I think you're going to get a mix. I think she's going to be
fine. Well, then I'm going to
be
fully prepared.
She will be right as rain until you bring that stuff up, and she'll throw a flag.
Good mood Alan is vastly different than aggravated Alan. Somebody tell yeah, that's true of everyone. Good mood fill in the blank is vastly different than aggravated fill in the blank. Now, give me a few minutes and one will become the other. But for now, you take your wins where you can. You and Rob are both wearing long sleeve hoodies. Is it cold? Yes, it's cold in here. That's the way I like it.
It's nice.
Keep it cold. I get to nip out. I've got a T-shirt on underneath, as far as you know.
Like Mr. Rogers when I get here.
I know, that's what I always think of, too. Because when I came to work this morning, I had my hoodie over my arm.
Same.
Yeah. And then I come in here. That's exactly what I think is Mr. Rogers.
Change my shoes.
I don't do that.
I like to put on slippers.
Rob, puts on his Crocs.
Yeah. No. I do have Crocs, actually.
I've never owned Crocs, but that's all my daughter's wearing right now. But I go, that's fine. You're 9 years old. You're supposed to be wearing. I've never owned a pair.
Yeah, I got a pair for free as a promotional item once. So they're hanging around the house. I put them on occasion, but I've never left the confines of my home with them.
Oh, you've never been in public in Crocs?
No.
Oh, I see.
No.
And again, I don't even, whatever. You do what you want to do, right? I mean, they're wildly popular, of course. It's not something that ever spoke to me. Crocs. Looks like you're walking around on foot-shaped yoga mats or something.
They're good for like when you're cooking. If you're doing like a long thing at the stove or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
They're nice for that.
Weren't you cooking over the weekend?
I did again this weekend.
For your daughter's thing?
Like 20 kids for her birthday party.
Oh.
And they was, well, you know what? It actually ended up.
20?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? I mean, not to make it about me, but it is my birthday. I never once had a birthday party. Parents never threw me. It was all family parties. But family's us and my grandma, right? They make a cake, get some presents. Never had a birthday party.
Really?
It's fine. It's fine. Went to a lot. But even if I had, I'm not lamenting the fact. 20 friends.
Yeah, I think it was 17 plus us. So I cooked for 20 people.
17 friends.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been able to count my number of friends on one hand my entire life. And I'm down to like one finger because they keep dying.
Same.
Wow.
Yeah.
17. I mean, I say awesome. Like my older kids, they had a ton of friends. 17 friends.
I think that's just the time in her life, though. You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to carry these friends forever.
No,
like,
but I was her age at one point.
Well, for sure. But if you weren't having birthday parties, it doesn't sound like you were socializing a whole hell of a lot.
I was
she plays
trying
sports?
to. I was getting invited to other people's birthday parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you brought good gifts.
I don't know what I brought, but it was like I wasn't being cut out. I wasn't ostracized, but it was like I never had a birthday party.
You want to do one right now?
No, I don't.
Let's go next door.
Too late.
Get lit up.
Too little, too late.
We can invite all of our friends right now that are listening. Come join us. We're going to have a party next door at...
No.
Come on, man.
Nope.
I'll pay.
Nope. Too late.
I want to give you your first birthday party.
No.
Get you a little birthday hat.
A cake.
A cake.
With my name in it. In those hard candy letters that you'd buy, like the Hallmark store or something.
Get you the candles that relight just to annoy you.
They're joke candles of them.
Yeah,
when people are loving that story about the guy who called the judge honey, I wonder what's going to come from that. When that person mentioned maybe they just blew up their spot, it was like, wow, man, that would be wild.
It really would.
Yeah. My client, a Colorado appellate judge, was called honey by an attorney during a trial. When she paused to complain, he said, relax, enjoy it. Sound familiar? It's a good thing this didn't happen in Buffalo, New York.
She would have been all over it.
Lindy Corn all over it. Yep.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Oh, I thought that was where's the... Relax.
Enjoy.
My client was in sales and a top performer and was up for a promotion. But when his supervisor found out that he was gay and HIV positive, he never got the promotion. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And you see what she's doing there, too. A little bit of subliminal advertising. It's pretty slick to call the gay guy a top performer. Where's the,
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors. And when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it.
There it is.
Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Relax, enjoy it. My client got called honey.
Relax.
Relax,
Enjoy
enjoy
it.
it. Give us the rest of your oral argument in 1 minute and 7 seconds.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Boy, imagine you're a female machinist. Everybody mocking you. You're no Trevor Resnick. Anyone? Hey, Leslie.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Two things. Number one, to bring it back briefly to the birthday conversation. Alan, I used to be very much like a poo-pooing adult birthdays kind of a thing. Same as a kid, never really had a birthday party. However, I've kind of gotten on the bandwagon with it because I look at it from the perspective of, well, theoretically, you only get one marriage, hopefully. Or, you know, if you have kids, people will gather around for a baby shower. What other time in a woman's life are people going to gather that you care about? So I've been all aboard it over the last few years, and we regularly have gotten like 50 people over at the house for a backyard barbecue.
Wow.
Highly recommend it. Look at it from like that perspective of like, well, how often are you going to get all the people that you love and care about? You know, anyway. But to bring it to the other point from a few segments ago, and I'm so sorry I was running errands, when it comes to referring to your in-laws, like the nomenclature for that, at what point, if you do get someone that marries your mom, do they become your new stepdad because you already have a dad, or does that just become, this is my mom's husband, or this is my mom's spouse? Like, is there a weirdness? Because I've just been thinking about it.
Leslie, you son of a motherless whore. Here I was ready to congratulate you on the brand new deck that you painstakingly built at your house, and you go and do me like that. How long until you call?
How dare you?
How long? You don't you have more errands to do, Leslie?
No, I still have the rest of this damn deck to finish building. It's been awful.
You've got to stain that deck like you've stained the memory of my parents' 51-year-long marriage, Leslie.
Well, because I was thinking about it from the perspective of like, okay, my husband, like he has a dad, obviously, but he has a stepdad that's been in his life since he was 2 years old, but like he doesn't refer to him by, you know, oh, my stepdad. He just goes, that's Bill. Like, that's my stepdad, whatever. But like, I call his mom, because she gave me permission to, Rob. I know you said that you had a weirdness about that, but my mother-in-law gave me permission for that. But like, I don't call his stepdad my father-in-law or stepfather-in-law. I just go, okay, well, that's Bill. So
I hope that deck is infested with carpenter bees and termites. I hope there's an insect orgy that immediately goes on in there, and you're left to, you get up tomorrow morning, what happened? It's all gone. I hope that's what happens to that brand new deck.
How dare you?
You motherless goat.
How dare you?
Oh.
I love that she started with the birthday thing just to get in your good graces.
She did, boy.
And then just destroyed you.
She fluffed me up and then she went right in. Hey, it's so cool that you're doing this anyway. When a guy bangs your mom out, do you think that you're going to...
I'm so sorry for being a little
Leslie, you are a silly goose.
How dare you?
And make haste in doing something else, Leslie.
I love you, man. I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, that was
Leslie.
fantastic.
Come on.
Oh, she got you so...
It was like I was doing Karnak there for a second. May a weird holy man tape your sister shut. Stupid. Oh, Leslie, you...
Oh, she pulled you in, boy.
Oh, she did. This is why you can never be in a good mood.
Oh.
Right? She just underscored what I'm always saying. It's better to look good than to feel good. Because what happens when I go, I'm in a good mood for once? Even the people who are my friends and acquaintances come at me, knives out.
You started the segment with Jimmy Bohorn, and now back into the sad music.
How quickly the tables turned.
I was waiting for you to be like, to play like that nice, sad, sappy music when she was talking about not having birthdays, and you guys were connecting on that level, and then just wham.
Oh. She did, man. She came in.
At what point
with
do you
the
start calling
roundhouse.
that guy your dad?
Hey, at what point? At what point? At what point do I start hanging up on your calls, Leslie? Oh.
Wow.
She's got some giant deck picks, though, I'll tell you that.
Oh, huge.
Unsolicited deck picks.
I bet her neighbors are all going to have deck envy.
Woof. Leslie. And I didn't even see it coming because I was feeling good. Right?
Well, there was no reason to see it coming.
That's the best when you never see it.
I've got 2 points to make.
At 2, Brute? Yes.
At 2, Leslie.
At 2, Leslie? All right. What? Oh, yeah, she goes, I've got 2 points to make. Hey, 1. Hey, I didn't have, right? She's trying to sympathize with me. Oh, I never had a party either. Womp womp. Anyway, how about when this guy starts scratching your mom out and making her scream, what are you going to do then? Oh, come on.
And if they get married, what are you going to do?
Oh,
call him dad, stepdad. We just call our guy Bill.
Bill. We just call him Bill. Because he pays all of ours.
Yeah, Bill paid for that deck.
Yeah. That's a big old deck swinging around there. All right. It's the people you never expect.
Never. It's such a sweet sounding
How
voice.
dare you? She's an assassin. Well, it's because she's a scientist. That's why. She knows how to get in there.
So sweet.
And replicate the results.
Science is a liar sometimes.
Right.
I felt for you, Alan. I connected with you on that level. I also never had a birthday party. And now I celebrate with my gal pals because that's what we do. We're strong and powerful women, and we celebrate ourselves with 50 people every year. Oh, and by the way, who's your mom banging these days?
How long do you think it'll be before you see this guy's Johnson?
Oh, God. What? It's Leslie with her big deck energy calling in. And,
God. That Leslie.
Yeah,
Whew.
well, fine.
If that's your real name.
If that's your real name. Yeah.
Wow.
It's okay, though. It's perfectly fine. You know what? If I can quote the man, ain't nothing gonna break on my stride.
Oh, Matthew Wilder.
Nobody gonna hold me down. Well, no. I've got to keep on moving. Alan, what day would you have your first birthday party on? What? What does that mean?
What day would you have your
What day would you have your first birthday party on?
What does that mean?
Well, my birthday, I guess.
Monday.
Today?
Yeah.
They
Now?
mean day, or they know the date? Day.
What day would you have your birthday on?
know
Is
what
this a
they
joke
mean.
that we're missing?
Maybe. I miss most of them. It's all right.
Birthday.
I'm still reeling from Leslie's call.
Yeah, that's gonna sting for a while, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Alan. Daddy. I was in my stepson's life ever since right before his first birthday. And I don't look at him as my stepson.
Oh, good for
stepdad.
you.
You know, good for I'm bailing out of that one. I've had enough. Yeah.
I don't look at him as my stepson.
Oh, good for you.
Right. Well, he's probably a kid. I'm a grown-ass man.
And what do they think? Yeah. The guy's gonna.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Alan, you want to go out for a catch? Let's go outside and play catch while Mom makes dinner.
Yeah.
What do they think?
You know, when I was putting it to your mother last night, I was talking about... It's a good thing I'm a grown-ass man, by the way.
She calls me daddy.
Yeah, oh, God. Listen, she's a lovely woman, and, you know, she spent half a century with one man, with my father. If she has any wild overnight oats to sow, that's up to her.
Oh, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie. Hey, you want to go see Pantera? It's a big MMS show. And you know that because if you go to WMMS.com, you can register to win your shot to walk, get it? Pantera out onto the stage, night of the show. This is Wednesday, July 23rd. It is not far off. out at Blossom. It's Pantera with Amon Amarth and Snafu. This is going to be an awesome show. I think a lot of us are going to be there too. You are part of the band security. You're walking them from the dressing room to the stage. You know, like when they follow them with the camera?
Yeah.
When LeBron's coming down the tunnel?
Yeah, then you get to stand in the pit for the first 3 songs, like right in the photographer's pit.
Beautiful.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah. Bring your stepdad. So be caller 10, you get a couple of tickets for the show, and you are qualified to walk them up. You can also register at WMMS.com if you strike out here. But be caller 10, and we'll set you up with that here. And we'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Playing live.
The Offspring.
You gotta keep them separated.
That's okay, 'cause I got no self-esteem.
Jelly Roll.
I only talk to God when I need a favor.
Sammy Hagar. Justice. John Fogerty and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Never seen before collaborations. Once in a lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
We love you, Las Vegas.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Go to AXS.com to get your tickets today.
And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
The heat advisory continues till about 8 tomorrow night. Tonight it'll be mostly clear down to 73. Sunny tomorrow, scattered afternoon showers. High tomorrow 93. Heat index up to 101. Chance of scattered rain Wednesday with a high of 87.
This report is sponsored by COSI. Unofficial Galaxies Star Wars exhibit open through Labor Day.
Unofficial Galaxies has arrived and is now open at COSI through Labor Day. An incredible collection of characters, stunning designs from one of the most beloved sci-fi franchises.
Things you were going to do anyway, like using your KeyBank checking account 5 times each month. You could unlock higher interest rates, more cash back, and loan discounts. Now, imagine getting rewarded for other things you were going to do anyway, like high-fiving.
Yes.
Calling your mom. Hello. Or petting cute dogs. If only. Learn how simple it is to get benefits when opening a checking account at key.com/relationship. KeyBank opens doors. All credit products subject to credit approval. KeyBank, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Mark Nolan for Radar Complete Car Care. They've been getting cars road trip ready for 50 summers. Whether you're headed to Geneva on the Lake or Cedar Point, trust Radar to prep your car for travel. For 50 years, they've been your neighborhood road trip ready mechanic.
Radar.com.
Traffic. In the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Massive power outages across the area. That includes traffic signals that are dark or malfunctioning. Serious fire closes Garden Valley Avenue at East 79th Street, that's south of Kinsman. The 490 West on-ramp from Miles Road is closed through Sunday, June 29th for road work. 422 heaviest between 271 and Miles. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we're all about keeping you on the road to summer fun, to rides, to the beach, even to faraway places.
Are we there yet?
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
From iHeart Podcast. Before social media, before cable news, there was Alan Berg.
He was the first and the original shock jock.
That scratchy, irreverent kind of way of talking to people and telling them that you're an idiot and I'm going to hang up on you.
This is Live Wire, the loud life and shocking murder of Alan Berg.
And he pointed to the Denver phone book and said, well, there are probably 2 million suspects.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Live Wire, and listen now.
The Alan Cox Show.
The official show of those weirdos who ride shotgun with their bare feet on the dashboard.
You're a weirdo, but let's do this.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I got more money for you here. We're back into it with the Buzzard Bookie, which means about once an hour. Usually about 30 past. That's when we do it. You get a shot at $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So your last keyword of the day is here in about 10 minutes, around 5:30, and then tomorrow morning, RMG will start it back up in the 9 o'clock hour. Stansbury's got a slew of keywords for you, and, of course, you'll get them here. So back at it. Plenty of money to put into your pocket to do with whatever you see fit. Just in time for the 4th of July weekend. Ellen, your mom's a religious person. Maybe she won't bang the new stepdad. Maybe they'll just soak.
Oh, God. I think that's even worse. Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical...
Yeah, I was going to say, take a swig of that bad boy.
Off this bottle.
Has a manly sip right there, boy.
Oh, thank you, Rob.
We will return to our regularly scheduled program momentarily. Please stay tuned.
Soaking, Jesus. Listen, soaking, you know, when Bill Squire used to be on the show, we talk about, we would plumb the depths of his Mormon life before he was excommunicado, but, you know, any Mormon subjects that came up, I think soaking is probably those kids at BYU who are going to great lengths to avoid what is referred to as sex. So they're doing everything else. I would think soaking would be preferable to, you know, the girls who were giving it up in back just because they thought that kept them a virgin.
So is soaking just what it sounds like?
Lying there, putting it in, not moving. So beyond just the tip, right? Just the tip is for losers.
Yeah.
Soaking goes in.
Stays.
Now, I think, as much as it's been talked about, I was under the impression that soaking was one big urban legend along the lines of other urban legends.
Yeah.
None are coming to mind. I don't know if soaking was actually a thing. You know, they were putting it at the feet of Mormon kids and people, you know, would have quote-unquote anecdotes about when they were at BYU or some other religious school. So what two kids, I don't care how much you love Jesus or your invisible man, take your pick, what two people in the throes of their hormonal rage are going to lie there and not move? It sounds like something, one of the million things that young dudes will tell young girls to try to let them put it in. Let's just not, we'll lie here and not move.
Hey, it has its own Wikipedia page. There's an illustration, which I think is completely
No, again,
unnecessary.
I think that this legend has been built up around it. My only question is, has this ever been a thing? To the level, sure, I'm sure there's religious kids who've done it, but to the point where it like became a thing.
I would think.
We've all done a couple of things that don't have their own Wikipedia page, is my point.
But the act of starting it, getting it in, isn't that basically sex at that point anyway?
You mean putting it in and not moving?
Right. I mean, once it goes in, that's
this is where the question lies, and this is where there's, if you pardon the pun, it's where a lot of wiggle room with religious people. You know, religious people on any issue will contort themselves into a variety of positions to make it fit what they already want to do. It's not the other way around. What do I want to do? Now let me manipulate all this stuff to get to it. But what, you know, sex is different things to different people. If you're talking about penetration, you're talking about P and the V.
Yeah.
I think it's a distinction without a difference. What is the point if you've already gotten it in and then you go, but we didn't move?
Just sat there.
Maybe the thought is there's no danger of pregnancy. Maybe that's I don't know how much thought is behind it. I don't know.
All this time.
I think it's hilarious. Don't get me wrong. If there are a bunch of kids soaking, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, but all this time I've been soaking and had no idea.
You're soaking in it.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Rob.
Yes.
On our phones, do you remember when Mary Santorum called before?
I do.
We met her on the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango last year. When Mary Santora used to be on this show, Mary Santorum, one of her rival performers out there, took a lot of umbrage and started calling the show. Mary, are you there?
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
Man, I'll tell you what, you are a sound for sore ears. I'll tell you that.
Alan, I couldn't wait to call and congratulate you on your 54th revolution around the sun. Happy birthday, big boy.
Hey, thanks. I'm like the studio, Rob. I'm 54.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm actually just a couple years older than you. You want to know what year I was born? 69, dude.
Oh, Mary, you're incorrigible.
Alan, I just had my birthday a few weeks ago. Want to know the date? 6/9, dude.
Yeah, all right.
Alan, fun fact. Did you know that you share a birthday with Clarence Thomas, that black judge who put his pubes on that lady's Coke can?
Yeah, that is what he's known for, primarily.
Alan, where I'm from, pube in the Coke can is when you have sex with someone who's really hairy.
Right. Pube in the Coke can.
Alan, I wrote you a little birthday jingle. Would you like an example?
Oh, yes, please. This is what I love, where Mary Santorum calls with original compositions, Rob, tailored to us. It's like AI in real life. Oh, yes, please. Don't let me stop you.
All right, now this goes with the song Aqualung by Jethro Tull, okay? It goes like this.
Do you need any accompaniment?
I do not. I'll go a cappella. Okay,
all right.
You ready?
Yes.
Happy birthday, Alan. I hope you have a wonderful day. And at the end, I hope you get laid. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Alan, I hate to say, you're getting older every day. And one day you're going to pass away. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Oh, no.
You still remember when you were in your teens? The world was your apple and you chose comedy. Hey, thousands of live shows later, you have found your sound, and radio will never be the same.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Alan.
Wow, how about the rock?
Yeah,
Boy,
man,
it's rare that
wow.
when somebody does Aqualung, they pull the up-tempo part from
Yeah.
the back. That is wild. All right, wow. You can count on Mary Santorum to really put her own spin on everything.
I was
Rob.
thinking it was going to be like, happy birthday, Alan.
Me too, but that would have been too
Wow.
pedestrian for Mary Santorum.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Alan. I thank you for taking my call, letting me perform my craft. You're a scholar and a gentleman, and I consider you a friend. And have a happy birthday, buddy.
Mary, before I let you go, what year were you born again?
69, dude.
Thank you. Mary Santorum, boy.
Nice.
Oh, she's talented. She's really good. Anytime she calls, boy, I know that we're in for a treat. A treat. Boy, pulling on the back half of Aqualung. How about that?
That was great. I didn't see that coming at all. I was like, where is he going with this?
What
And
a
then when he
day of
picked up the-
surprises. Leslie cutting me off at the knees.
Yeah.
And then Mary Santorum coming in.
Should we have Leslie call back? Because I think
Nope.
Mary Santorum might have put you in a good mood again.
Nope. Yeah, I wasn't, again, Mary Santorum, too. Nice song, but it's like, you're gonna die.
One year closer to death.
Yeah, Waylon Flowers and Madam on the phone. All right, I got money here for you. It is $1,000, your last keyword of the day, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, so tomorrow morning, the 9 o'clock hour, I think is when Rover starts. Yeah, the 9 o'clock hour?
Yeah, 9:30.
9:30 is that first keyword there. Oh, I got an email. We got a call from Matt earlier about how he hates those New England hot dog buns.
Mm-hmm.
But he also emailed me last night. He goes, hey, thanks. The bar is all pissed at me now because he put G.G. Allen on the jukebox wherever he was. It's in the, and he sent me a screen grab of like the cue, you know, when you put your song in and then the cue shows you. When I Die by G.G. Allen is playing on the jukebox. He didn't tell me where he was, though. And then followed up with Grand Funk, Led Zeppelin, Poison, and more Zeppelin.
I'm surprised anybody
Imagine you
would've-
get that hard right turn into G.G. Allen.
But I'm surprised anybody would have known G.G. Allen songs, though. You know
I'm
what I mean?
surprised on a goddamn jukebox. Of course, I guess these are just like in the cloud, right? You can just bring up
Yeah.
whatever you want in these jukeboxes. These new fangled jukeboxes now.
It's great because you can do it from your phone.
Yeah.
And they have no idea who's screwing you like that.
That's a double-edged sword. I know it's all in the service because the technology is available. It's all in the service of convenience. But that's like a big prank now. You put a bunch of songs into a jukebox at a place that you aren't even there.
Well, I think you have to be within proximity, right?
They must have fixed that because back in the day when they first did these things, that was a huge prank, as you would just, play music in a bar that you were pretty sure nobody wanted to hear.
Deep cut Liberace songs.
Yeah. Alan Keith Hotchkiss has stolen your Celsius, possibly your Uncrustables. Any concern he tries to steal your mother?
Ooh, oh, my God.
No, because he lives here and she lives there. Of course, the future black stepdad, that guy who calls me, he lives here too.
See, I don't think he stole your Uncrustables because do you see the way he eats? Like, he's all workout guy.
Yeah, but I mostly am too, and I still eat Uncrustables.
I know, but
they're
he's not-
tiny. It's PB&J, man. There's nothing, offensive about that.
I just feel like there's no way.
I don't think he was eating my Uncrustables.
I'm still pissed at whoever it was.
I'm over it.
I'm
fine.
I'm going to war on this one.
Going to the mattresses.
Yeah.
We're going to the mattresses on this one.
Man, my stomach.
Are you okay over there?
I'm just gassy.
What did you eat?
I made stuffed artichokes last night.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But
Talk
I
about
can't
setting
imagine.
yourself up for...
But that shouldn't cause gas. You're just like taking the meat off the leaves.
Stuffed artichokes shouldn't make you gassy?
Why would it make me gassy?
That sounds like if somebody was going to set up a restaurant with a menu, this will all make you fart. Stuffed artichokes would be on there.
There's no way.
I mean, I have very little artichoke experience, but it sounds like something that would really make you flatulent.
You don't, because you're not eating a lot of stuff. Like, you're just cleaning those leaves off, and then you eat the heart.
Yeah.
But man, they're just loud farts. The hell's wrong?
I haven't heard anything.
I'm not doing them in here. That's why I keep going to the bathroom every break.
Put them in the cushion?
No, I'm going to the bathroom and doing them.
Why don't you go sit in the Kurt man's seat when you're doing this? Fill his
Just
chair
leave
with
him.
beer farts.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what people get for not being here all day long. Wow.
Yeah, it's weird, man. Like constant. Like, I know right now I could blow a fart if I wanted to. It's. I don't know what in the hell. I guess you're right. Maybe artichokes cause gas, but I didn't see this one coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did you not?
Because I think, I mean, I've had them a million times. And again, you're not eating a lot of it. You can't eat the actual plant. You're just eating the stuff off the
Yeah,
leaves.
I don't eat them.
Oh, they're great.
I don't care for them.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah.
Never had mine.
Not for me. Let's hope this doesn't happen to you.
Yeah.
It's a true story, by the way. This really happened. They want to keep her anonymous. So it's just a she, but I assume it's Rosie O'Donnell. Her grandma cried. Can you imagine a family member crying because you farted so hard that you died?
Yeah.
Somebody has written a play, by the way. I would really like to see this. This is probably, I'm sure, in some black box studio somewhere that holds, 25 people. But a woman named Issy Knowles, she is producing a play about Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. These are the girls on OnlyFans. Bonnie Blue, by the way, recently banned from OnlyFans. What the hell do you have to do to get banned from OnlyFans, for Christ's sake?
I think they do have rules, right? Like I think
They
there's like
must, but I mean, I'm sure as a social media platform there are rules, but there are people doing horrific things on OnlyFans. And so I'm like, what are the rules? Don't get caught?
Yeah.
A new play inspired by Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. These are the girls who were having the sex challenges. Right? I slept with 500 people. Well, I slept with 1,000. You got to keep ratcheting it up. The play is called Body Count. It is a one-woman play, so that's how you know it's probably going to be poorly attended. Family and friends. Issy Knowles, a British writer, and she is staging a production of this. For many of us, we know how it feels to be objectified, she said. But we can't help but put ourselves in that scenario and see this queue of men. Yeah, but they objectified themselves, right? For fun and profit. I say you do you. But it's going to be real hard to turn this into some, critique on the patriarchy. It wasn't like 1,000 guys wrote her and said, hey, I'd like to really put it in. And she was like, okay. She had an open casting call. In her show, a woman named Polly, it's a one-woman show, she plays a woman named Polly, who plans a challenge to have sex with 1,000 men in order to make some money on OnlyFans. And so she's doing a play about it. Bonnie Blue is the one who slept with 1,057 men in 12 hours. Jeez. Australian model Annie Knight, who's 28, made headlines after she detailed her journey in having sex with 583 men in 6 hours. I think she's the one that ended up in the hospital. Because why wouldn't you? So anyway, this play is being produced in Edinburgh. So if you're one of our bureau chiefs who might be headed overseas, maybe you find yourself in Scotland, you can see if you can get a ticket for this. I'm willing to bet Tickets will be plentiful.
Yeah, readily available.
There's a real need to other these women, she said. See, there are a lot of scenarios in which you really can turn it into a critique on exploitation of women. But these are sex workers on OnlyFans, and they're fully in control, and this is what they've opted to do. They reap the financial benefits of it. Nobody is, that I've heard of, is not, these women have come out and said, I'm not being coerced into this. You know, aside from OnlyFans, there are plenty of clips online of each one of these girls doing other stuff, getting all sloppy with one or two dudes. Imagine, though, the flip side of a challenge like this is you're probably bored if you had like 6 guys.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You watch like orgy videos. It's like one girl and like 5 or 6 guys.
And what are you doing tonight?
It'd be like, 6 guys.
Just doing a threesome. So dumb.
It's so boring. I want to be able to look down a hallway and see a string of guys Donald Ducking it.
Hallway, a street.
Yeah. Each one of them with a marathon number on their chest.
I don't understand how it works, because they say 12 hours, right? 1,000 people. That can't. The math doesn't make sense. You would need multiple in a minute.
Well, I have a feeling it's one of these like pop out.
That's
pop
what it's
out,
got to be,
pop
right?
out.
You're not.
Yeah, this is not like nobody's completing anything.
Maybe the last guy.
She might be completing a round of physical therapy.
Yeah, just imagine you get there late and you're the last guy in line. Just walking, you're like, I guess I got to do it.
It's like when we did our soccer challenge. You got a box for people to fill out to be an alternate. Hey, number 962 didn't show up. We got to be out there who's,
All right, buddy, you're up.
Yeah, I just took a Cialis.
There's no way. That's so gross.
Well, it's gross to us. And I think it's, who knows? It's objectively weird.
I think it's gross to most.
It's certainly unusual. But these are people who are like, this is what I'm going to do.
It's the porn version.
Listen, our prudish culture might not like it. These are both British girls, by the way. Doesn't get much more prudish than that. But what more empowering thing could there be for a woman to say, I want this thing to look like a renovated fireplace when you're all done. Like you're tearing it out brick by brick.
Hang like sleeve of wizard.
Oh, sleeve of wizard.
I love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians back at home tomorrow night, coming off a lengthy West Coast road trip. Had bad luck with the Mariners. Had better luck with the Giants. And then pretty good luck with the A's. So they're coming back in a pretty good spot, back to second in the division. They will host the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow night. That is the first of 3. They will stick around after that to host the Cardinals of St. Louis through the weekend, and then they'll hit the road. They'll go to Chicago to play the Cubs. They'll come back home and play the Tigers, and back and forth. Plenty of baseball to be played here at Cleveland and elsewhere. Tomorrow night, 6:40, first pitch, Toronto and Cleveland on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. 100.7 WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. I was having a little bit of a back and forth with a texter in the break who said that there's absolutely nothing empowering about Bonnie Blue or Lily Phillips doing these gang-bang challenges. They said that it was degeneracy. And I said, well, that's two different things. You know, some people can't see their way to no one saying that it's not degeneracy, but that I think usually comes from a more prudish set of rules, I guess, right? I mean, two things can be true. It's empowering in the sense that a lot of women don't have any agency whatsoever over their bodies or their sexuality or whatever. So it's, to be sure, an extreme example. But if a woman goes, I'm going to bang 1,000 guys on OnlyFans, I'm doing it of my own accord, I'm getting all the money. Listen, you might rather do a charity car wash, or you might want to be out there with a lemonade stand, and that's fine. That is your right to do that, and two things can be true. But, you know, to the best of my knowledge, they're not being coerced into anything. Now, it is going to make you a really hard 28, which I think is what it's done with Bonnie, right? Just the optics of it. I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah.
Listen, Becker and Fagan said it. Living hard will take its toll. And it's true. But to play devil's advocate, you know, let's say 18. You know what? We'll say 18. 18 to 20-something, those are going to be your prime gangbang years. 28's pushing it, right? Just like you don't want to be the old guy in the club, you don't want to be the girl who's 35 who's like, I'm going to have 1,000 guys. I don't know why she sounds like she's 80. But listen, different strokes for different folks, literally.
Mm-hmm.
So why, by the way, is it degeneracy on her part, but not in the part of the 1,000 guys who are lined up?
I think it is.
I think it is, too. I'm being cheeky.
I get your point.
Yeah.
But
I don't think anybody is accusing anyone involved in that of being, you know, altar boys or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it was all filmed. You know, it's not just word of mouth. It's not just hearsay and conjecture. But that kind of thing is going to burn itself out because you can only do so much in a given period of time. Because back in the day, we're talking about the Houston 500. There was a porn actress named Houston. And, you know, she was no spring chicken at the time, right?
No.
But we're talking 99, 2000 maybe. The Houston 500. Nothing like it had ever been done before, ever. 500 people. It was inconceivable. What that guy call us with? It was uncompetable is what you could do with it. Uncompetable that you could do 500 guys there. So these young girls are like, hey, we're not, this isn't your grandma's gangbang. We're the new generation, and we're taking the reins, right? We've got this new technology. We've got something called OnlyFans. I'm not selling VHS cassettes like Houston was back in the day. It was pre-internet when Houston did it. You had to go looking for it. You had to buy that stuff. $49.99.
Or even worse, you had to go and rent it.
I assume. Yeah, rent it. The Houston 500. Now, throw it on the web.
We got to ratchet this up. And then she even went up on her own. She did a 620.
Yes. Yeah.
She's like, well, if I could do 500.
Well, but that's
what's 120 more?
That's the thing, though, too. You better hope you grab the bag then. You better hope you make your money, because it's not like you're going to, you're not going to do it annually. I did put a U in there. Trying to keep it PG-13.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
I was just talking to some people about you over the weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Because I had an appearance. I was in Lakewood on Saturday, and I had mentioned last week that we hadn't heard from you in a while. Hope you were okay. I know there were some issues. And then I got a message from somebody who knows Bob or something and said, hey, she's fine. There's been some family stuff. And then I had people who had been listening to that show. Some people were talking to me in Lakewood, and they go, hey, have you ever met Drunk Sue? And I said, I absolutely have. We met years ago. I had an appearance in Canton, right in your backyard, and that's where we met. And I said, yeah. So
and that toy drive.
I was happy to hear that you were okay.
Yeah, there just been a few bumps in the road, but we're okay.
Okay. What's going on today? Is today a decent day?
Yeah, I had to go to the doctor. I got some sores on my legs. I'm going to wound care so they can keep it clean. And
wound care.
Oh boy.
All right. I mean, it doesn't sound good. How do you get wounds on your leg?
My legs were swelling up.
Yeah.
My legs were swelling up, and the skin started cracking.
Sue. Okay. What's going on?
Well, they're looking better.
Okay.
I went today.
Do they know what caused it, Sue?
Swelling.
No, but what caused the swelling?
Are you, at the very least, you're probably dehydrated?
I can't imagine how I could be dehydrated as much water as I drink.
Oh, you do drink a lot of water. Okay, that's good.
A lot of water.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, I wasn't sure. All right, I mean, but this isn't a diabetes situation.
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, everything's, my A1C is good. I'm not diabetic.
Yeah.
The blood pressure's good. The oxygen level's good.
You're just swelling and cracking.
Swelling and cracking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds painful as hell.
They got this medicine they've been putting on it like every other day and rewrapping it, and it's going down quite a bit.
All right. You got to wear like
Anyways,
compression socks or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You got your emollients
Oh, yeah.
and your salves and balms and jellies and things like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Aquaphors and shea butter. Okay. Aside from that, how are you?
I'm all right. But I wanted to tell you happy birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I had you wrote on my calendar so I wouldn't forget.
Well, that's very sweet. Sue is not that much older than I am. You're 10 years older than me?
I'm 61.
61. Sue is, Rob, not that much older than me.
54, 55.
She's 7 years older than I am. 58. Right? She had her birthday back in March.
Right.
But yeah, she's not that much older than I am. I hope that I can avoid, as I get a little bit older, Sue, I hope I can avoid a similar fate in the leg area.
Oh, my gosh, I know.
Yeah.
It's not good. And then my feet, they're all screwed up because they got bunions and flat feet.
Yeah, I don't have anything like that. And all of my petroleum jelly is already spoken for, so I certainly hope I don't have to use them on my calves or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
All right, listen, Sue.
I'm glad that's covered.
Yeah, right. Okay. Please take care of yourself. Keep us in the loop, okay?
I will, honey. I will.
All right. Thank you, Sue.
All right. Love you, man.
All right. Love you.
Sue.
Drunk Sue, who's going through it.
Sue.
By the way, let that be a lesson to anyone, and everybody's got their own stuff. And sure, you can get down. But Sue manages to keep a pretty rosy disposition, right?
That's the Loco.
Well, I was going to chalk it up to the Four Loco, but it sounds like she's opting for a lot of water.
No, I mean, that's why she's chipper.
Is the Four Loco?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to suck.
Yeah, but that's not an upper, that's a downer, isn't it?
I don't know.
You drinking that much?
I don't know. Maybe it makes her happy.
Yeah, I guess so. Fruit punch, Four Loco.
I was shot out of a cannon after I took a sip of that tequila.
Well, I was talking to somebody, and I told her the people to whom I was talking about Drunk Sue in Lakewood, I mentioned the Four Loko, and the one guy was like, Jesus, they still make Four Loko? Like, they didn't know that was part of her lore. And I go, yeah, they do. Still make it. I mean, it's different than it was. Remember when it first came out?
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, you can't have an alcoholic cocaine beverage. That's essentially what it was. They're like, you're going to murder people on the street as soon as they drink half a can. So they had to change it. But, Four Loko walked so that other beverages could run.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Drunk Sue, I'm glad to hear from her because I can't help it. When I don't hear from regular callers for a while, I get nervous because I've lost so many listeners over the years to things like, overdoses and infirmity and all these kinds of things. You can't help it. But just once I want to hear somebody hit me up or message me and go, oh, we lost so-and-so. They banged themselves to death.
Yeah.
That's what I would like, to hear that. He had a heart attack when he was in his secretary.
Perfect.
Right? That's how I want to hear. I don't know who that would be. Yeah. I don't know. Alan, if your daughter comes of age and you find out she organized a 1,000-person gang bang is your first thought empowerment, this is the example that people love to throw at you. Your daughter. She would be a grown-ass woman. You think Bonnie Blue doesn't have a dad? That's a real fossil way to kind of look at these things, too. It's a very juvenile way to process sex work in general. I'm talking about consensual sex work. I'm not talking about people who are trafficked. That's a whole other thing. Nobody's arguing that that's empowerment. I'm talking about women, full consent of the will, who are going through this stuff because there are avenues now to... Why do you think foreign countries mutilate women's genitals? Because they know the quickest way out of poverty worldwide, the number one way out of poverty, is empowerment of women. Economically, sexually, right? Letting women control whether or not they have children, what they do with their bodies. That is the number one path out of poverty, is empowerment of women. That's why there are so many countries, including this one, right? The American Taliban would love nothing more than to figure out some way to engage in surgical genital mutilation over here. I mean, the sky's the limit with the people running things now. There's a true strain of psychosis in that group. So that's what I'm talking about. You might not like it. You might think it's gross. I think it's gross. But it's not me. I'm neither in line nor on the bed. But somebody figured out, hey, I'm going to get a lot of people talking about it. I'm going to get a lot of people watching it. I don't even know how much it is to pay for that. I don't even know how, because people are like, well, there's a video. Yeah, I know there's a video. That's the whole point. And I have a feeling that watching any of it would probably make you feel bummed out, right? It's her decision, but I bet watching it, you'd feel bummed out after a while. Because it's not like she's having a great time. It's like you're doing an Iron Man. Alan, I had a heart attack during my 41-person gangbang. How about that?
Wow.
Right?
Congratulations.
That person couldn't even get to 1,000. He topped out at 41. And they cacked out. And Viagra was originally developed as heart medication. Not supposed to do anything bad to you. They fell right out of bed, Rob. That's live audio there. Person falling out of bed. I'll tell you what, Northeast Ohio, they have just about had it with all these vape stores. You are not alone if it seems like there's a lot of goddamn vape stores in Northeast Ohio. And so there are a lot of local municipalities that are looking to crack down on that legislatively. Places like Lakewood and Cleveland Heights and Solon. Those are the first ones that come to mind. They're trying to crack down on oversaturation in the market One councilman said Coventry is starting to look like Vegas. See, to me, I know it's an open market, but I just don't know how that many of these places can coexist.
Right.
I know a lot of them go away. I mean, if you see a vape shop open, you're like, that thing might be gone in a month. And frankly, there are only so many good. You had to get in early because there's a finite number of good punny names. Right?
Yeah.
Planet of the Vapes, done. Vapes of Wrath, I don't know what else is out there. Vapocalypse now, I don't know what they are. Once you get past the good punny names, then you're just like, Smoke Shop. Nobody's going to Smoke Shop. They're going to Statutory Vape.
Jesus Christ.
They're pulling up to E-Siggy Stardust, all right? You got to have a good name. Vapex Predator. Nobody is closing down Vapex Predator. All right? You got to have a store called Inhalen, and it's in the Van Halen font. Dave, are you going to Inhalen to get your new vape?
Yes, I am!
Mm-hmm. Are you a silent partner in the...
yeah!
Uh-huh. That's right. Who's running the store?
Oh, God, I'm running!
David Lee Roth is a night manager
Yeah.
over there at Inhalen. Smells like nicotine spirit. These are all good names. But once you get to, the dregs. So the city of Cleveland passed something last year. They were like, yeah, there can only be so many of these. But there are a lot of suburbs trying to do the same thing. Trying to follow, like I said, Lakewood and Solon and Cleveland Heights. They're all, in the legislation, it's copy and paste. There's an article here in Cleveland Scene. And they just go, this is for our area now. So these people are like, look, this is not a moral judgment on vaping, but there's a lot of goddamn vape shops,
And they're all selling the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. They're also, for a while, it would be like if a Radio Shack closed, it would immediately become a vape store.
But there's no radius clause, you can all sell the exact same brands.
That's probably what these new proposals are.
That's wild.
The 3 shops in Solon, Vapor House, Solon Tobacco and Vape, and Smokeology. All of those are full-on mid names, by the way. They're all too close, they said. Produced excessive lighting and glare. Good pun. And so they're trying to stop over-concentration. 3 stores in Coventry. Vitrium, Urban Clouds, and Coventry Vape have all popped up in the last year. Now, that is an area where they're so desperate to have retail in those spaces because so many places left. That's part of it, too. If you have an empty storefront and a guy goes, I'll pay you to put a vape shop in there, you go, I don't care. Cool.
Right on.
What, I got some rent coming in? Yeah. So they're trying to pump the brakes, a lot of these places, on the vape shops.
There's 4 of them on 57 in Medina.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And again, like you said, names, Awesome Sauce Vapor.
Well, and also, like any business of this ilk, the more you have, the higher percentage of them are going to be doing something hinky. And so there's going to be places that are getting raided. But a lot of them just naturally go out of business.
Storefronts for other stuff.
Yeah.
Smoke weed every day.
So good luck to those communities. But I'm telling you, unless you got a good punny name, I think you've topped out. I don't know that there's any room there for you. Giant billboard there at 117th and Lorraine, maybe? For Planet of the Vapes. That's the one that immediately comes to mind for me. And every city in the country probably has a Planet of the Vapes because that's going to be arguably your best name.
And they had it upside down. Remember that? They ran that for him. I was smart.
Yep. You can't do Darth Vapor because you're going to run into copyright. Of course, Planet of the Vapes probably got some special dispensation there, too, from the IP holders. Speaking of IP, I got to do that. So let's end the show. And thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the well-wishing. Everyone except Leslie. May your deck crumble under your watchful eye and sore, blistered hands. Rob, where can people get you in the off hours?
On Instagram, WMMS Rob.
Okay, I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. We will return tomorrow. Comedian Kyle Mooney. Remember him from SNL? He's doing a show at the Grog Shop on Wednesday night with our friend Ramon Rivas. And so we'll chat Kyle up tomorrow, see what he's been up to. He was part of that SNL 50. It was cool to see him. And whatever else we can throw in, too. Plenty of chance for you to get some money tomorrow. Back with a Buzzard Bookie. The next keyword tomorrow will start up in the 9 a.m. hour with Rover. This program is available wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on our app, the iHeartRadio app, that's the only one where you can leave us messages. Otherwise, voicemails. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. No Guardians baseball tonight. The Corey Roddick experience is next. Guardians back at home tomorrow night against the Blue Jays. And that's it. Thanks, guys. I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of